আমিনুদা
ক'ত বে মানুহটো?
এই এইটো আমাৰ জুৰিস্মিতা মেমৰ কেবিনত আহক।
তাতে আছে নেকি?
অ'কে,
মই ইয়াতে আছো। তাৰমানে তাতে একো লেইন কেবল নাই।
Sorry. Aminur Asil.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Hi. Hello, good morning, everybody. This is Dr. Shailendra. We're just awaiting a few more participants, so we should begin shortly. Please be on mute and your video off while you are on this particular conference. Thank you. Good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Very good morning to all the dignitaries, participants of this conference. Um, this is the second Northeast India Annual Diabetes Conference. I would like to extend a warm welcome to you all on behalf of the National Health Mission, Government of Assam, World Diabetes Foundation, Piramal Foundation, and of course, Anamai, the Tribal Health Collaborative. India's non-communicable disease burden is growing rapidly, and our uh, current focus is that we collectively deliberate on non-communicable diseases and tribal health during this two-day conference. Non-communicable disease issue has actually become a significant public health problem, impacting millions of lives from all sections of society. Almost 6 million people die from non-communicable diseases. 1 in 4 Indians is at risk of dying from NCD before they reach the age of 70. We've also learned that NCDs are increasing at an alarming rate in rural India as well as in tribal population. Contrary to the earlier belief that NCDs were only diseases that affect urban people, it is now very clear that it affects all walks of life, all kinds of people across the board. According to a survey conducted by the ICMR, Indian Council of Medical Research, in just about 12 districts in India, the NCDs were causing almost 65% of deaths, and almost 70% of those who died in their homes. To build a healthier nation, we must strengthen our efforts to reduce the impact of NCDs. Additionally, in cognizance of the fact that tribal populations in India share a disproportionately high disease burden, we must work together to help improve their access to quality healthcare. In light of this, the Piramal Foundation joined hands with uh, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, USAID, and several other organizations, including the World Diabetes Foundation and the Union Ministries of Health and Family Welfare and the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, and launched ANAMAI, the Tribal Health Collaborative, in 2021. ANAMAI aims to end preventable deaths among tribal and marginalized peoples in India. At ANAMAI, we partner with global, national, as well as local organizations to strengthen our contextual understanding of tribal communities, as well as design interventions that will help end preventable deaths. This enables us to collectively design and deploy public health solutions that cater to a particular region as well as the particular community. Tribal TB initiative, for example, is one such initiative that we are implementing in partnership with the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, the Central TB Division, the state government, and USAID. It works towards reducing the mortality and morbidity from TB among tribal populations in India. Within the Tribal TB initiative, we actually set up a very interesting, probably one of the most intensive campaigns called the Ashwasan campaign, a campaign to actively find cases of tuberculosis across 175 tribal districts of India. More than 1 crore people were screened and more than 200,000 samples tested. And over 10,000 new cases of tuberculosis were detected and started on treatment. Ashwasan was implemented across 63 districts in the 8 states of North India, and almost over 1,000 patients were diagnosed through this particular exercise just in the northeast of India. Another initiative that we are implementing within the Tribal Health Collaborative umbrella is Saksham, which is being implemented in partnership with the USAID, PATH, Jabaigo, Deloitte, and the state governments of Assam, Odisha, and Chhattisgarh. Through this particular initiative, we are providing MNCS services to more than 600,000 people across the states, the 3 states that I mentioned. Saksham aims to increase people's access to high quality MNCS services. We're working now on strengthening the NCD related services in Assam in partnership and under the guidance of National Health Mission of Assam. And we are grateful to the World Diabetes Foundation for being a pillar of support as always. Last year, just last year, we are talking about, this project has identified over 500,000 individuals over the age of 30 years with a high risk of having non-communicable diseases. 48,000 people have been screened for diabetes and hypertension, and over 30,000 are receiving treatment through 78 telemedicine equipped Sanjeevani mobile medical units that we run in the state of Assam. Over 1,100 chief health officers and medical officers have received technical training on clinical management of diabetes and hypertension via various platforms. Almost 10,000 ASHAs have been specially trained in providing treatment and care for diabetes and hypertension. Our partnership with the World Diabetes Foundation, of course, is something that we're very, very proud of. We are, of course, grateful to WDF for being a partner in Assam for this particular initiative, but we've been associated with WDF for multiple years now. This is the third phase of our engagement, and in this phase, we have increased our focus on improving access to NCD care among tribal and marginalized populations. While we have collectively made some progress through these efforts, we are aware that there is a long way ahead of us. We need to learn from our successes and failures, learn from others' experiences, learn from our own experiences, and strengthen the collective effort to stop, prevent, reduce the impact of NCDs, and prevent NCDs from becoming a challenge that overwhelms public health in India. We saw what happened with COVID. We do not want the health systems being burdened by another illness, which is the non-communicable disease. There is a significant dearth of knowledge and information about tribal health, and we need to work together to mitigate this particular knowledge gap to be able to end preventable deaths among tribal and marginalized communities across India. The second Northeast India Annual Diabetes Conference on NCDs is an attempt towards that direction. You all would have seen the word Jaagar An Awakening as the headline of this entire conference. The reason why we are using the word Jaagar is that in Santhali language, it means an awakening. It's high time that we awaken ourselves to the challenges that our brethren from the tribal communities are facing and how we can address them. Jaagar is basically an attempt where we are trying to improve discussion, improve roundtables, set up workshops, and have conversations about tribal communities in India. And over the next few years, Jaagar would become a platform for exchange of information. Over the next 2 days, we are hoping to ignite conversation, facilitate the exchange of learning, and listen to and learn from experts and practitioners to build our collective capability to address the issues of NCD among tribal populations. Once again, I welcome all the dignitaries and participants to the conference and wish for all of us to have an enriching experience throughout this conference. You will see over the next 2 days, wonderful speakers talk about several aspects about not about NCDs and about tribal communities. And I think it will make each one of us enrich ourselves in that particular through that particular knowledge. We have obviously, because of the time differences, our colleagues from the World Diabetes Foundation will be participating a little later in the day, but the senior board member of the World Diabetes Foundation, Ms. Ida Nicolaisen, she has sent a video message as opening remarks for this particular conference. I request my colleague to please play the video from Ida Nicolaisen. Salim, would you please play the video?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm
Thank
playing.
you. Salim, I'm unable to hear it. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Working.
Salim, I think you'll have to change the settings. It's not audible.
Salim, what you could do is even play it on your phone close to the laptop and then put the video on. Like, try that out if this sync is not working for you.
Just for all the participants, this is called Murphy's Law. We checked this out about half an hour ago and it was working fantastically well. But then on the day of the event, at the time of the event, some of these technological challenges happen. So kindly bear with us. We're sorry for the same.
Sorry, when the video is being shared, or Krishna, when you open the share tray, just click the share sound option on the share tray in bottom left.
Yeah, ma'am. I just coordinated with Krishna and he's doing on it.
Yes,
Let
Krishna,
me check it
just,
with 1 second.
yeah, Krishna, please just tick the share sound option on the left bottom of the share tray when you open the share tray.
Important topic. And experts together. And I'm extremely pleased that I had this opportunity to greet the members of the Conference on Tribal Health and NCDs. I think it's such and experiences, failures, and positive things is really, really significant because it's with the basis of such a conference that one gets the united strengths to get the message across to politicians in countries. And here, presumably in Assam. And I hope that the results of the conference will be wonderful. It's the issue that you're discussing is very, very close to my heart. I was first alerted to the disproportionate sufferings of indigenous peoples and tribal peoples when I was quite young and worked as the chair of the Danish Development Agency. And I could see whatever country I came to that it was always tribal peoples, indigenous peoples who were disproportionately suffering both with their health and with the treatment and possibilities of treatment that they had. But it was only when I became the vice chair of the United Nations Permanent Forum when it was started in 2002 that I heard, and as you all know, one of the main areas that the Permanent Forum deals with is indigenous health. And it was when I was sitting there listening to intervention after intervention about the problems of indigenous health, the lack of attention it got from politicians, that I was, I was actually, to be frank, I was baffled that it was as bad as it was. And it was there that, of course, the plight of NCDs, but first and foremost, because you could measure it, the weight of diabetes came to my attention. And it's actually so that the percentage of among indigenous peoples who have diabetes is the highest in the world. And it was one was alerted to the fact already with studies of medical doctors among the Pima Indians in California, and who I think had a rate of 33%, the Maori people or in the Pacific on the island there. But later, when I heard Native Americans who stood up and talked in the Permanent Forum, I mean, it was baffling. And then, having traveled in many, many countries in the world, I see it's the same all over. There are, of course, tribal people who are not yet having those high rates. And that is why information at this moment is crucial so that one can avoid it. And that goes for the issues that you're tackling here on the conference, that you look at the early stages, you look at the life circle, because we know now that mother-child relationship, and you're not, if that is not in order, you get gestational diabetes, and that is transmitted with a higher charge for babies and then kids and adults, of course, as they get through life to get diabetes. But all of this expert knowledge, that's what you know all about. I'm only an anthropologist who have really been concerned about this. And I wish you all the best with the conference. I think it's interesting that you have these three focus areas that you're working with, the life cycle, and then you have, of course, the issue of focusing on women. I mean, that's crucial because that's the future generations. And then I thought it was very interesting that you're also tackling issues of culture and art, because we must realize, and that's what health authorities, it's very hard to synthesize health authorities because they come with the medical knowledge of the West, that they have to take cultures, perceptions, understanding of what is health, what is illness, what is the proper treatment of people who are defined as ill in a given culture. And sometimes, in many cases, these things overlap, but they do not always overlap. And if one is not sensitive to this, then a lot of goodwill and efforts and money is wasted. And I think, therefore, culture in a broad sense is very important. I also noticed that you are going to discuss art. And I think that's an interesting avenue, maybe for advocacy. We had a small, interesting project in the WDF in Japan, where they have women have a beautiful culture of making embroideries, and they make huge tapestries where they embroidered the plants and the traditional plants that was eaten and that one should stick to, and they embroidered them in these huge tapestries. And this, I think it ended up with having 20, and they now go on exhibitions all over Mexico. So I think there are many ways one can think about how using art. And an obvious one is, of course, to use film. To have school kids, maybe if they have smartphones, to film things, discuss it, and share it. That would be a great thing, I thought, in my experience. But if I should say in conclusion, the key word is partnership, partnership, partnership between tribal people and the health authorities and the NGOs who are interested in assisting as facilitating bodies. And I wish you all the best, and I hope that you can get your message. All of you will get more informed and make a network, and in that way you'll be able to push this truly significant agenda. So all the best with the conference.
Thank you. Thank you, Salim, for finally playing that. Thank you, Ida, for a wonderful message. I think we can't really stress more about the importance of partnership at all levels, partnership between the government, partnership between development partners, partnership between tribal communities themselves, and of course the health department and the staff of the health department. I see a lot of people here who've come from the health and wellness centers, from various frontline, health service delivery facilities, and I think it's very, very nice to see this kind of participation from the frontline staff. Thank you very much for being a part of this. May I now request Ms. Vinita Srivastava, my good friend from the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, to be who's here. Yeah, Vinita, are you there? Yeah, I can see Vinita, first class. Okay, Vinita is currently the advisor health for the Ministry of Tribal Affairs. She's an expert in the health sector. Previously, she used to work with the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and today she is working with the Ministry of Tribal Affairs. So she's some kind of a bridge between the Ministry of Tribal Affairs and Ministry of Health. And it's amazing to have her here with us for this particular session, for this particular conference as well. She, along with the Minister of Tribal Affairs, were absolutely critical for the Ashwasan campaign, and they are absolutely critical for all the various initiatives that we intend to implement in the near future as well. Vinita ji has received various awards in different forums, state level, national level, international level as well. She's also a law graduate. She's done a master's in social science. She wears many hats And we are very happy to have you, Vinita, for this particular conference. Vinita, over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shalin. Thank you and I really congratulate Piramal for doing this Jaagar, an awakening, NCDs and tribal health conference. That's really great to see that. And when we talk about tribal health, it is important that well-being of any community is considered of one of the essential elements of human development and progress. So health, when we talk about health, as we understand that India has the second largest tribal population in the world. And proper tribal population are one of the most socio-economic deprived section. We all understand. But say the importance is that they faces a lot of problem in various aspects in which health is one of the significant issues that makes them more vulnerable and deprived. It has been as a continuous state of debate and deliberation over a period of time about the tribal health. But if we see, still we are lacking behind, and because of you people, something good has happened, but still we have to go long. And tribal health is one of the most important essential component of tribal lives and way of living. Tribal health, as we say, understand, it's very crucial to understand the living pattern of the indigenous people, and which is very important if you see the rising trends of NCDs. It's very important that we see what is the living pattern of these people. A host of infectious, we all understand the communicable and non-communicable diseases are still widespread among the tribal population. Health condition is furthermore compounded by lack of awareness among the tribal population and accessibility to healthcare services. When we were doing this Ashwashan campaign, you know how the illiteracy has taken this health illiteracy has taken up backward the thing the student test was not done. So these was important aspects. And though the tribal represent the heterogeneous group, yet they have one common terms of poor health indicators, greater burden of morbidity, mortality, and very limited or no access to healthcare services. So these things are very important when we talk about tribal health, and especially with this seeing the rising threats of NCD, we talk about these things in a very different manner. We understand that tribal health is a very different and yet very comprehensive relationship with nature and its power. They are very much akin and believed to supernatural powers in curing or treatment of any sort of health-related issues and problems on the one hand, and on the other hand, they are a greater degree of inclination towards the forest and nature, which has a direct impact on the health conditions of the masses, particularly women population. Women, because of their close tie and relationship with the forest, they are the susceptible to various health and vulnerability exploitations. Studies shows the incidence of anemia and malnutrition among the tribal population is high. The other things which are coming, as we all understand, is the tuberculosis, NCDs, which are very alarming. Now, when we talk about the strategies for improvement in tribal health perspectives, it is important that tribal healthcare and practices among the tribal population and stage to be inferred, especially the traditional healthcare systems, which is very important. The traditional and indigenous knowledge which tribes carry with them are also in the state of transition, touch and go. Therefore, to maintain the tribal health and medicine and practices, since this effort should be undertaken, and it's not only one person, it's Ministry of Health, Ministry of Tribal Affairs, WCD, rather DST, everybody has to join their hands to come up with certain important tribal health policy, which needs to be enforced and implemented on the lines of national health policy, where accessibility is considered not only access, but the quality of services are of paramount importance. Along with the quality, the focus on continuity of services and financial safety need to be secured in tribal pockets, which is very important. I talk when I was given a topic of strategies, these are important aspects one has to take over. The other things which I feel is that the issues related to social economic marginalization and deprivation of indigenous knowledge needs to be addressed through appropriate method of interventions like systematic and scientific evaluation, where ICMR needs to be included. Planned and phased intervention and policy advocacy, also sustainable utilization and mobilization of resources at large level. The money is going to the Ministry of Health, so much money. It is not being taken as a mission mode, so it is important that now when we talk about tribal health and especially about these diseases, we need to take the focus as a mission mode, which is very the proper documentation of local and traditional knowledge and practices related to healthcare need to be done, and awareness about the scientific case of healthcare has to be ensured. But again, I stress these words that ICMR, Ministry of Health, Tribal Affairs, everybody has to join hands for this. It's not only one part of it because tribals, they are segregated. Across the country, they are segregated and they are in the remote areas. So when we talk about rural areas, rural development also, we need to take this rural development department also into consideration while we talk about these areas. The modern healthcare system, particularly primary health center, should be equipped with all modern facilities, which we are very lacking. And here, the Ministry of Health and Tribal Affairs has to join hands and say that the health person should be appointed in these areas to minimum standards of the national health policy, and the regular services should be undertaken. I think which is very important because I'm finding recently I went to this Kerala, which is one of the most literate states in the country, and I was finding there are so many things which needs to be taken care, and we are not able to take care of their knowledge, which is hampering the convergence between the traditional knowledge and the modern sciences. So the traditional knowledge, as we understand, has its own relevance in the context of health among the tribes, and the modern ways of healthcare are also very more significant in the contemporary world. Therefore, the modern system of healthcare practices and traditional ways has to integrate, merge into a new system of medicine and health. The awareness conference and programs we are regularly conducting, Piramal is one of our organizations which has been doing a great job, and to raise the healthcare services and awareness, utilization of healthcare. But somehow, not only Piramal, but all the CBOs and NGOs has to come forward for this cause. Mobile-based outreach camps are very important, which are being conducted, but not at the regular intervals, which is again a very important issue. Health literacy should be carried out at a massive level, but so the benefits of the same can be percolated to everyone, children, women, old age population. Now, very important is when I was talking about these tribal, I came to know about Thali Kutal. What is happening to the geriatric? It is very, the geriatric care is not at all over there for them. They have been dumped, in some of the areas, these tribal people, the old age people have been dumped into a place where they die on their own. So all these things has to be taken care of and while we are talking about NCDs, what is the reason for NCDs? They are not empowerment, is again a big challenge for them. Still the wages, the daily wages are challenged for them. So while we are visiting these places, we are coming to know, and a small report has been written for this tribal places in Kerala. So that will be, hopefully it will be in on sites and all in another 1 or 2 months once it gets approved. But the concern is these things which we found there in Kerala, especially the state like Kerala, then we can very well understand about the Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Odisha, which are very really dominated by tribal, and these people are not getting those facilities which they should get. Since the incidence of communicable and non-communicable disease on the rise among the tribal population, therefore we understand that the mobile health camp should be organized and should be integrated into policy. And I am very thankful to Piramal about this because they really did a great job while doing this COVID and Ashwashan campaign. It was a great thing when they did it for the TV. For all of us. And children at the easiest one of the trust stakeholders of this community has school health level literacy and knowledge generation programs are important. Child nutrition is very high among the tribal population. So Anganwadi should be strengthened now. It is important that Anganwadis are being trained properly to mitigate the problems of child malnutrition. I was finding that there is a gap between from the Anganwadi to NRCs. So that gap has to be filled if until unless these Anganwadis are being really taught about the health services and what they have to do. Not possible that we can get off with the SAM and MAM. Special health program should be conducted to deal with such problems. More responsible and transparent governance to be promoted at all levels in tribal health for the tribal health. It's not only at the district level, but at all levels it has to be. So tribal health is a state of continuum. Efforts are being done at various government, non-government organizations to deal with the issues of tribal health, but still we are lacking behind. I can say that though we have done a lot, I cannot say that We haven't done, but still, and host of innovations are being applied for the development. We can see so many companies, so many people, so many organizations are working to make healthcare available to most vulnerable ones. Government is also committed to bring out the positive things, but the health issues and challenges of this population would be in a state of indolence unless people from all communities are involved in the process of healthcare development. It's a high time for the government to implement a comprehensive health policy at the national level to address the health issues of and the related phenomenon among the tribes. Now, one thing which I have come to know, there is a health cell which has been tribal cell which is coming up in Ministry of Health also. It is awakening also. I said this is again awakening which come up, and it is good because we pursued the matter and now the tribal health is coming up. So the health cell at tribal health cell is coming up at the Ministry of Health, which is very important. So tribal medicine now this is awakening. This is again a Jaagar when we say so. Tribal medicine and health in a state to orbit is a potential scope to developing in a more complete medicine for future, not only in India but for worldwide. So this is also important that we have to think of this tribal medicine also. The present paradigm of development needs to be focused more on restoring and rejuvenating the medicinal plants which are in tribal areas. In line with aspirational district program, where there is a focus on comprehensive development of district, which requires highest priority, focused on highest priority blocks across the district having predominant tribal population is important. Decentralizing intervention from the state to district to blocks and their population will help to strengthen health systems and tribal populations.
So one second, Vinita, I think you've muted yourself or Salim has muted her. Salim, can you please unmute? Vinita, now you can go on.
So MOTA has taken some interventions, and I would like to say that SWAST Tribal Health and Nutrition Portal has been developed, and this was developed with the help of Piramal only. So additional strengthening of building infrastructure, SKPC and CSC, and the equipment with the equipments, that is one of our agenda, and we are trying to basically bridge, as I said, bridge the gap between the health ministry and tribal. So we are also supporting those activities. Mobile dispensaries in the remote locations, eradication of prevalent endemic health like malaria, leprosy, TB, and CD, one of our agenda. Screening of sickle cell among the tribal students and communities. So recently we have 2 camps which were done in Jharkhand. One was in Khunti and one was in Saraikela, where we could find this was something awakening again, I say, because it's a very good name which has been given. So it was awakening for us also because we got so many people with the cancers also. That was really an alarming thing for all of us. So I have got that data, and around the screening was done for 6,760 people in a day. And that screening continued for another, because the samples were taken, and we continued that screening for another 1 week. And now the results are there. That's really awakening. We have got the entire results. So we got thalassemia and sickle was in major. The anemia, can you imagine, it is up to 86 to 87% anemia in Jharkhand. Then another NCD, which has come up in a greater way. So all these things these are very alarming things which has come. So training, now we are also starting with the training of private students, paramedical courses, special focus on nutrition among the children in EMRS and ashram schools. We have also started screening of EMRS schools now. Actively participating in Poshan Abhiyan, Rashtriya Poshan Ma, documentation of traditional tribal medicines. Under the CSR activities, we have done some good things, and ambulance services are being given. I would also like to say that we started with 2 ambulance services in these areas of Jharkhand. Khunti was one of them, and we have come to know about very good results about the sickle cell disease also. So all these things are being taken care of under national health missions also the states are being provided to strengthen the healthcare system. And vast PSC for every 20,000 ST population in spite of 30,000 population in general case. 1 CSC for 80,000 ST population instead of 1,30,000 population in general case. All these things are being taken up. And MOTA is intervening in taking up the cases with the Ministry of Health, WCD, Ayush, DST, Food and Security, Disability. So all these ministries are being regularly licensed up for getting the interventions done at the focus way. Ministry of Tribal Affairs has set up a health cell to think as a think tank for the ministry in the matter issues pertaining to STs, and will be supporting various ongoing health related initiatives undertaken by the other ministries as well as by this ministry. The action plan has been prepared. The training modules for and action plan for SCD has been prepared. So all these interventions has been taken care of. Intervention has been taken care by the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, whereas API linkages has been created with MHFW, guidelines for snake bites, malaria elimination, and basically important thing is now the snake bite, which is zoonotic diseases. We're also coming up with the zoonotic diseases plan for especially for the tribals. So the an MOU with Ayush has been signed. That was I was talking about these tribal medicine. So Ayush MOU has been signed. Was signed on this 23rd of October, and now we are coming up with new plans with Ministry of Ayush also. So all these interventions has been taken up, but still we have to go a long way because the convergence still has it's not one time because it has to be on a regular process. Challenging the government spending on health based on gaps, which is important. Earmark percentage of MOTA allocation for health, again an important aspect for us, and tapping into for the corporate social responsibility and the district mineral funds, which is very important. And you all are there. This is important that when we go to the states, we also check up with the district mineral funds. We also connect with the state departments and the travel department and how much money is allocated for the health, which is going to help in coming in the upcoming issues. And the promotion of telemedicine on PPP mode. All these things are being done, but still a long way, as I said earlier also I have said that we still have to go a long way, and we are coming up with a plan because tribal health needs a lot and lot of efforts to get down. Yes, this was a great initiative taken by Piramal, and thanks for inviting me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vinita. It's always a pleasure to listen to you because you come from the Ministry of Tribal Affairs. A lot of the work that happens in the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, you are aware of, and therefore it's wonderful to have you on this. Thank you very much for sparing your valuable time and spending with us on this particular conference. Let me now move on to a couple of points which Vinita mentioned. I think she mentioned quite a few things about the work that Piramal Foundation has been doing. And there are about 200 people here on this particular Zoom link, and there are quite a few people on YouTube as well. So thank you very much for being a part of this particular initiative. But what is also important is that Piramal Foundation not only works in the space of tribal population, tribal health, but also has been working on several other initiatives. And what I wanted to do was also to give a very quick 2-minute overview of the different big initiatives that we're working on, because wherever there is a need and where there is a possibility to explore partnership, it's important to sort of engage and build those partnerships. And most of the time, partnerships don't happen because people don't know that there are other people who are working on the same particular issue. So one of the largest areas of work for Piramal Foundation is the aspirational district program. The aspirational districts identified by the Government of India are basically districts where the health and nutrition indicators were poor. We've been working in the aspirational districts for the last 4 years now. We run an initiative called the Aspirational District Collaborative, where the objective is to really look at bringing together various sectors within a particular district, within a particular aspirational district together to converge, to ensure convergence and to release bottlenecks, to work on specific interventions related to health, nutrition, education, and water, and also facilitate interventions in other sectors of development. The third big initiative that we work on, first being the Tribal Health Collaborative, second being the Aspirational District Collaborative. Third big initiative that we work on is what we call as the Digital Bharat Collaborative. Again, an initiative that focuses on implementing technology-related interventions in public systems, education, health, water, nutrition, and so on. We've been working with several partners on how do we really leverage technology. We are, as a country, we are going through a huge technological revolution, and we are now in a position to leverage this technology revolution even in the development sector. So that is what we're trying to achieve. The fourth big bet, a big initiative that we've been working on is what we call as the Piramal Learning University, Learning Institute, which is what is being set up in Rajasthan, Jaipur. But the idea is to really focus on building the capacity of the government staff, the state, as we call it, build the capacity of the government staff. And again, not coming from a high horse or saying that, oh, we know everything and we're going to teach the government stuff. That is not the objective. The idea is to learn from each other, learn from one another. There must be something wonderful happening in Kerala or in Tamil Nadu. Sorry. And how do we really learn from each other? How do we learn from Kerala, Tamil Nadu, or wonderful things that might be happening in Bihar or in Assam? And how do we really bring the same thing across to other states? So that's one way of learning from each other, which is what the Piramal Learning Institute is really going to focus on, is to build the capacity of the government staff. And the fifth initiative that we have been actually something that we've been doing for a very long time is leveraging the power of youth. The Gandhi Fellowship Program, which is one of our flagship initiatives, is a program that focuses on building the capacity of young people in India. We've been fortunate. A large number of young people want to associate with us and have been a part of the Gandhi Fellowship Initiative. They live and learn from the communities during a 2-year fellowship program and are actually able to bring about transformative changes in the communities that they live. So that's the fifth big initiative. And then we are embarking upon a very interesting and probably one of the most heart-wrenching initiative, which is initiative that focuses on children with special needs. There's a huge need in that area, and Piramal Foundation is going to be working on that particular aspect as well. But why do we do all this? What is the purpose, and why should Piramal Foundation be doing all this? This whole work that Piramal Foundation has been embarking upon is because of one simple philosophy that both Mr. Piramal and Mrs. Dr. Piramal talk about and kind of imbibe in everything that they do and in everything that we do, which is called Seva, which is basically service with passion and without any expectation in return. So I will now request my colleague Salim to play the Seva Geet. Seva Geet is a very, it basically embodies the philosophy of the Piramal Foundation. It was written by Sri Rabindranath Tagore and has been used by the Piramal Foundation as its anthem. So may I request Salim to please play the Seva Geet?
Yes, sir. Sure.
कितने दिए मुस्काए हैं कितने दिए मुस्काए हैं तू देख ले आंगन में मंदिर के तेरे बेटे सारे आए हैं शुभ शंख गूंजे जाए हैं घनी रात का कर अंत तू अब दे प्रकाश तुरंत तू तेरे पथ के राही आए हैं शुभ शंख गूंजे जाए हैं मानव की जय मानवता की जय हो तपस्या की विजय जय श्रद्धालु आओ रे देश धन्य बनाओ रे योग वालो त्याग वालो अनंत पीड़ा पाने वालो आओ रे अपराजित और शक्तिशाली बंधन मुक्त रे आओ ज्ञानी आओ कर्मी देश के दाग मिटाओ रे पुण्यकाणी गौरवशाली आओ सीमा महिमाशाली पुण्यकाणी गौरवशाली आओ सीमा महिमाशाली आओ सूरज है चमकता कर्म भूमि सजाओ रे धर्म साहस कर्म सत्य जग का मन जीत जाओ रे शंख गूंजे जाए मानव की जय मानवता की जय ओ तपस्या की विजय जय
Thank you, Salim. So this is what we stand for. This entire Seva Geet really uh, shows the kind of philosophy that we come from, and this is the background that really talks about the Pyramid Foundation. Okay, moving on. It's always a pleasure to invite an academic professor from a medical college, because I also used to teach in a medical college. It is my absolute pleasure to invite Dr. Farhad Akhtar Zaman, who's the Associate Dean, Additional Professor, and the Professor and Head of Department in the Department of Community Medicine and Family Medicine at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Guwahati. He's also the convener of the Medical Education Department. He's a NAC assessor under the UGC and a former NNC observer for medical education technology as well. He's a fellow of the Indian Public Health Association, chairman of Operations Research, Zonal Task Force for Northeast Zone, and a member of the National Operations Research Committee, National TB Elimination Program, Government of India. He is a member of the National Task Force for COVID-19, ICMR, Government of India. He has been invited as the speaker and chaired multiple sessions in many national and international conferences in Japan, Italy, Sri Lanka, Malaysia, Thailand, and many other countries. He has multiple funded projects and over 45 publications in various indexed national and international journals. It is my pleasure, sir, to invite you to speak in this particular conference. Professor Zaman will speak essentially about the work of the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, specifically with non-communicable diseases as a focus. Professor Zaman?
Yeah, I'm there. I may be allowed to share my screen, please.
Yes, we will facilitate that. Salim, can you please facilitate?
I request Krishna to make Dr. Zaman a co-host.
Oh. Are you able to share, sir, now?
No, host disable participants share screen.
Yes, sir, you are the co-host now. Could you please try again?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, please go ahead and project your slides, sir. Yes, we can see the slides. You can put it on the slideshow mode. Yeah, thank you.
Now, is it coming, slideshow mode?
Yes, sir, it is coming. I can see it. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good morning. Namaste. Myself, Dr. Zaman from AIMS Guwahati. So the topic that has been given to me is the non-communicable disease scenario in Northeast India with special reference to diabetes. Now, what I can see, one of the theme for this seminar is non-communicable disease and tribal health. And it's so important because out of the 7 sisters and 1 brother state of Northeast, 8 states of Northeast, we can see that about 4 to 5 states are having more than 60% of tribal population, mainly in Mizoram, Arunachal, then Meghalaya, Nagaland, they're having more than 80% of tribal population. And in states like Manipur, Tripura, about 30% tribal population, a little less in Sikkim and Assam. And there is a typical habits that we'll see, be it their addiction habits or their eating habits or their physical activity that has got a good and bad effect on the causation of non-communicable disease. So it is very interesting and it is very well linked. I mean, tribal health concern with their habits with non-communicable disease in this region is very well linked. That we'll try to understand. So NCD, it contributes to about 65% of all the deaths in our country in the year 2019. That is the latest data. And they are primarily driven by the high prevalence of major preventable risk factors. Here, the key word is preventable risk factor. There are two types of risk factors for a non-communicable disease. One is called modifiable, another is non-modifiable. Non-modifiable, we can't do anything. I mean, it's our age, our family background, that there comes the role of genetics and hereditary. Then our sex, we cannot change this. There is nothing, we are hopeless about it. But the modifiable risk factor, our dietary habits, our physical activity or inactivity, then our lifestyle, which are very much modifiable, which we can change, and hence we can prevent ourselves from getting those non-communicable diseases. That is why it is called preventable risk factors. And those are so important, and that we'll be stressing more on those preventable risk factors like tobacco use, consumption of alcohol, and tobacco use that we'll see later in my slides, and consumption of alcohol. How is it directly related to the large number of cases of cancers and hypertension in northeastern states with sizable tribal population? That we'll see how it is related to. Then unhealthy dietary practice. Unhealthy dietary practice or some specific dietary practice, to give example like smoked fish in Manipur, Mizoram, Arunachal, leading to a particular type of cancers or malignancies like GI cancer, stomach cancer, esophageal cancer. So it is directly related to the population of Northeast and with the tribal health. Then lack of sufficient physical activity, overweight, obesity, hypertension, diabetes, hyperlipidemia, those are the preventable risk factors. And NCD and their associated risk factors are emerging as a major concern across all regions, irrespective of their economic and health system profile. Now, some of the major non-communicable disease, when we talk about non-communicable disease, there are so many non-communicable disease, like any types of cancer or malignancy, diabetes. India is known to be the diabetic capital of the world. Obesity you can consider both as a disease and also as a risk factor. Hypertension, same. It is a non-communicable disease. It itself is a risk factor for stroke, coronary heart disease, stroke, RHD, respiratory disease, blah, blah. So there are so many types of non-communicable disease of concern in India and particularly of Northeast India. Now, there are some typical features of non-communicable diseases. They are permanent in nature. I mean to say, suppose you had an episode of pneumonia or diarrhea or malaria, whatever it might be. You take a course of 5 days antibiotics or maximum 7 days, or in case of tuberculosis, you take maximum 6 to 9 months of antibiotics course and you get cured. So that's all. It's so easy to be compliant with those days of antibiotic course and other prescription. But in case of non-communicable disease like diabetes, hypertension, you are taught to live with the disease. We do not cure the disease. We just try to control it by taking the antihypertensive drugs, by taking the anti-diabetic drugs or insulin, wherever it might fit. So there is the problem of compliance. लोग उग जाते हैं, मतलब कितना दिन तक मेडिसिन खाते रहे. You have to do it. Once you are detected a diabetic at the age of 45 and your lifespan is up to 85, you cannot do away with the drugs for the rest 40 years of your life. The same with hypertension, the same with other non-communicable disease. So there is the problem of compliance in case of non-communicable disease. लोग छोड़ देते हैं medicine खाना, and that is how there is a target organ damage. Because people die more because of the target organ damage rather than those diseases itself. People do not die because of hypertension. They die because of the complications of hypertension. Same people do not die because of diabetes. They die because of the complications of diabetes. And how does it happen? Because it is permanent in nature. It leaves residual disability. targeting the organs like diabetic nephropathy, hypertensive nephropathy, both targeting the kidneys, and diabetic neuropathy, hypertensive neuropathy, retinopathy. So those are the target organs where there is a residual damage, and those are irreversible, non-reversible pathological alteration. Once there is a damage because of diabetes or hypertension to your kidney, this cannot be reversed. So it is so important from that point of view, for the compliance to the medications and to the management of those non-communicable disease. Now, what are the cause for the rise of non-communicable disease? We'll see how there is a epidemiological transition from communicable to non-communicable in my next slide. Increase urbanization, leading to change in our attitude, our thinking, our eating habits, our lifestyle. There is increased availability of cheap calories. By cheap calories, what I mean is junk food and fast food culture, giving high calorie content and high salt. Both are detrimental to health, causing the most common non-communicable disease like diabetes and hypertension. Then decrease physical activity, mechanization of life. Everything is mechanized. With the tip of a button, I can open my door, I can open my curtain, I can close my curtain. This is the state of affairs. So decreased physical activity, leading to all sorts of problems, obesity and all. This is because of mechanization of life. Social isolation and loss of network. We are connected to each other by social networking platform virtually, but physically we are not connected to each other with our next door neighbor also. This lead to a special kind of non-communicable disease that is called mental health. That is an emerging non-communicable disease just because of this urbanization pattern, mechanization of life. We are in a virtual world, losing contact, physical contact with our nears and dear ones who might be our next door neighbor. We are connected to a friend who is thousands of miles away in the United States, and we fail to recognize our neighbor who is my next door. This is the pitfall of urbanization and mechanization of life, leading to mental health disbalance and leading to all the mental health problems. Now, this is the burden of disease estimation for the world. You can see the top 10 causes of death worldwide in the year 2015. So you can see ischemic heart disease, stroke, then diabetes mellitus, COPDs, that is like bronchitis, asthma, and other. Those are all the non-communicable disease. In those top 10 list, hardly you find 2 or 3 communicable disease. That is diarrheal disease, mainly among the children, lower respiratory tract infection, again among the under 5, and tuberculosis. Tuberculosis, HIV combined is a problem, but it is occupying the 9th position among the 10 top leading cause of death. So you can, this graph or this figure itself speaks the havoc caused by non-communicable diseases worldwide in causing mortality. You can see how this ischemic heart disease and stroke itself together there is about 15 million deaths in the year 2015. This is the epidemiological transition from communicable to non-communicable. If you see the data of 1990 and 2016, hardly it is a matter of 26 years, where in 1990, mostly the disease pattern were related to the communicable, maternal, neonatal, and nutritional disease, more than 50%. And when it comes to the year 2016, you can appreciate that the non-communicable diseases occupying about 62% of the total morbidity pattern in our society. So this is known as the epidemiological transition. This is because of whatever I have discussed just now. This is the ICMR India Health of the National Report 2017. This is the contribution of disease group to death in India 2016. You can see all the rates. Those are the non-communicable disease. cardiovascular disease 28.1%, then chronic respiratory disease like chronic bronchitis, bronchiectasis, asthma, 10.9, cancer 8.3, and diabetes and other endocrinal problem, mainly diabetes. We call it because it is one of the endocrinal problem. So 6.5%. So you can appreciate the contribution of non-communicable disease recently in the year 2016. Now, prevalence of common NCDs in India, estimated case of diabetes about 730 lakhs. Can you imagine? About 7.3 crore. The total incidence estimated case of diabetes of India. That's why it's called the diabetes capital of the world. Then cardiovascular disease, 54.5 million, another 5.5 crore. Ischemic heart disease, 2.3 crore. Stroke, about 65 lakhs. COPD, 5.5 crore. Asthma, about 3.8 crore. So we get a stroke, 1.5 million cases of stroke every year as per Lancet 2018. And when we come to Northeast India, more than 26% of the people in Northeast are suffering from non-communicable disease like hypertension, neurological and heart problem. This is alarming. 1/4 of the population of Northeast India are suffering from the non-communicable disease whose risk factors are very much preventable, We can prevent those morbidity and mortality by following some steps in those 1/4 of the total population of the Northeast of India. Assam and other northeastern states have 22.33% and 26.27% of key NCD respectively, which is comparatively higher than the national average of 11.63. It is so important to compare anything and everything with the national average. Then we can find ourselves where we are and why we are there and what can be done so that at least we are at par with the national average. Northeastern states has the highest incidence of cancer in India. When I talk about non-communicable disease in Northeast state, I cannot turn a blind eye to the fact that cancer is the most common non-communicable disease in Northeast India. Malignancy, cancer, most common, highest incidence of cancer, and some specific cancer, oropharyngeal and GI tract. Why not other? Why only oropharyngeal and GI tract? Other cancers are also there. Lung cancer is there, the cervical cancer, breast cancer among women are there. But some specific cancer like oropharyngeal and gastrointestinal, starting from stomach, esophagus, duodenum, rectal cancer, those which are not that much prevalent in rest of India, why is it so much prevalent in Northeast India? That is where our link is. That is how it is related to the dietary habits and the other addictive habits that we'll see in my next slide. This region has a unique cancer profile, as I have already told you. Upper digestive tract, such as esophagus, stomach, hypopharynx, compared to other regions. Among men, Aizawl district in Mizoram, and in women, Papumpara district of Arunachal, where the capital Itanagar is there, has the highest overall age-adjusted rate of 269.4 and 219.8 per 100,000 population of the incidence of cancer. The highest incidence of esophageal cancer, both among men and women, is found in East Khasi Hill district in Meghalaya. The major risk factor of esophageal cancer was found to be betel nut chewing and consumption of very spicy food and hot beverages. So, as I have explained, Northeast India, typical dietary habits and typical addiction habits leading to a particular type of cancer, which are very much preventable and which are very much related to the eating habits of the tribal population. Those typical eating habits of the tribal population, eating very chewing pan. It's a hallmark of women in Manipur, Meghalaya. It's a hallmark. I mean, the betel nut chewing, or even in Assam. Then taking very spicy. Spicy means from the sense that it is not spicy from other spices, mainly chili from that sense, very hot and chili. The beverages and food in Nagaland, in Manipur, in Sikkim, those Bhut Jalokia, then Naga chilies, and Dalle in Sikkim. Those are the one of the hottest chilies in the world. So typical habit of taking those the chilies, then taking of smoked fish, and various smoked fish preparation leading to a particular type of cancer among those people, tribal population, mainly in those states of the Arunachal, Meghalaya, and Mizoram, and even in other parts of the Northeast India. And also there is a adequate healthcare facility, inadequate healthcare facility for providing cancer service. Recently, many regional cancer center, cancer hospital have come up in Assam and other parts of Northeast India, but that has come up very recently. It was not there previously. There were lack of adequate, dedicated healthcare facilities for malignancies and cancer. And the proportion of women who had been examined at least once for cervical and breast cancer was found to be much lower in northeastern states. Our National Health and Family Survey NFSS 5 data, even in 4 and 3 data, we can see that the women are not coming up for their screening. There is something called self-breast examination. There is a very simple cervical cervix, the screening method, but people are not aware, people are not coming, people are not doing, and because of that, the early detection of cancer, mainly breast and cervical cancer, it's not happening in this part of the country. So this is a data of the prevalence, just a comparative between the NCD and the other infection. You can see the Sikkim, there used to be something called CATCH program, Chief Minister's Comprehensive Health Checkup, where many NCDs, you can see 39% NCDs. When we talk about NCD, it includes even the disabilities and injuries also. So the NCD is not only diabetes, cancer, hypertension, stroke, and cardiovascular disease. It includes the other mental health problem and even the accidental death. So this is the prevalence of NCD risk factor among adults aged 18 to this 69 years in India. So this is very interesting. You can see that in case of current tobacco use, the darker side is Northeast India. It's very alarming. If you compare it with the rest of India, this Northeast India current use, tobacco use, the same current alcohol use, the darkest side along with South Indian states, it's Northeast India. So those two things, use of tobacco, use of alcohol, along with some dietary food habits, is having a high impact and high toll on the causation of non-communicable disease, mainly cancer, diabetes, and hypertension. So if you see, the other thing, like raised blood sugar, we might not be the brightest red in this, but still it is quite high. Then overweight, here there is some consolation for the people of Northeast India due to their physical activity, due to their terrain and all. The obesity is not that great high if we compare with South Indian states and North Indian states. Here we count some brownie points so far as obesity is concerned. Otherwise, tobacco, alcohol, prevalence of high blood pressure, it is quite alarming in northeastern states. The current use of smoke or smokeless tobacco was highest, 61.8% among men in Northeast. 61.8, almost 62% among men, they either use smokeless or smoke tobacco in Northeast. This is quite alarming. This is quite alarming, and it is preventable. What is more important is that it is preventable. The same, you can see that more than 1/5 adult across all regions are exposed to second-hand tobacco smoke at home, with the highest in Northeast India, 40.2%. If you go to Nagaland and those parts of the region, you can see that still the clean fuel are being used very less in the rural area. I have seen myself. दिखने में बहुत अच्छा दिखता है. Naga village, a typical Naga village, the pile of logs will be, when you enter the village, there will be a gate. Then when you go to the houses, you can see the pile of logs. They are arranged very nicely. It looks very nice and clean. But so far as the clean fuel or use of clean fuel is concerned, it is quite harmful. It is quite harmful. Current alcohol use, again highest in Northeast India, 22.3%. Highest proportion of men aged 18 and 69 years from Northeast report alcohol consumption, and Northeast India shows the lowest prevalence of overweight, obesity, and central obesity. That I told you, there are some brownie points for us, for the people of Northeast India, so far as obesity is concerned. Otherwise, tobacco use, alcohol use, raised blood sugar, we are among the highest in India. Now, last two slides on diabetes. It's a group of disease characterized by hyperglycemia resulting from defects in insulin secretion, insulin action, or both. India is a diabetic capital of the world, but so far as Northeast India is concerned, except few states, it is not at an alarming position. I mean, we are at par with the average Indian prevalence of diabetes, at par, except a few states. I'll show you in my next and last slide. The chronic hyperglycemia of diabetes is associated with long-term damage, dysfunction, failure of different organs, especially the eyes, that is the diabetic retinopathy, the kidneys, diabetic nephropathy, nerve, diabetic neuropathy, heart and blood sugar. As I told you, people actually do not die of diabetes. They die because of the complications of diabetes, the target organ damage, like the kidney. Those are the vital organs. So people die because of the target organ damage. And diabetes mainly of two types, type 1 and type 2. Type 1 formerly called the juvenile or insulin dependent diabetes, which sets in early, before the age of 40. It is rare and it accounts to 5 to 10% out of 100 people who have diabetes. Type 2 diabetes, that is the late onset diabetes, usually 40 plus. 40 plus के ऊपर में जो होता है, that is called non-insulin dependent diabetes mellitus, which can be managed by the oral hypoglycemic drugs. But type 1 diabetes, the whole production of insulin is not there. There is a group of cells known as islets of Langerhans, the beta cells in the islet of Langerhans in pancreas. That whole thing is destroyed because of some viral infection or some hereditary autoimmune factors, whatever it might be. The whole factory is destroyed. Insulin producing factory, you can call it. It is destroyed. So it is called insulin dependent diabetes mellitus or type 1 diabetes mellitus, where the onset is early. And there is nothing that you can do except taking insulin. There is no role of any drugs. Drugs लेके आप क्या करोगे? Factory है नहीं तो trigger किसको करेगा? But the type 2 diabetes, late onset diabetes, it is due to some malfunctioning of the insulin secreting cells, the beta cell, where the hypoglycemic drugs, they act by triggering the production of more insulin, leading to a balanced glucose in our blood. So that is a late onset. And the last slide, NFHS 5 data. This is 2019-21, very latest data, NFSS 5 have included 2 extra additional things that were not included before. One is the blood sugar level. It's a random blood sugar. It's not fasting blood sugar or PP. It's a random. And another is blood pressure measurement. So you cannot compare NFSS 5 regarding those 2 aspects with NFSS 4, 3, 2 or 1 because they were never taken before. In the last NFSS, those 2 parameters are included. So if you see the high blood sugar, that means more than 140 milligram per deciliter, or taking medicine, I mean a known case of diabetes, either a newly detected case of hyperglycemia or a known case of diabetes, those together, India is having an average of 15.6% among male and 13.5% among female. And you can see that states like Assam, marginally above the average of India, so far as males are concerned, Manipur, a little higher, Sikkim, a little higher, and Tripura is quite high, 19.3%. And among female, also Manipur, Mizoram, and Tripura a little higher than the national average. As I told you, so far as diabetes is concerned, it's not, still now it's not a great problem in Northeast India. But if you see the elevated blood sugar, systolic more than 140 and diastolic more than 90, or a known case of hypertension, or both together, the average in India is 24% in male and female, 21.3. And if you see the northeastern states, state of Manipur, both male and female, state of Mizoram, Nagaland, Sikkim, Arunachal, all are having higher than the national average. And if you see Sikkim, 41.6% among male, they are either a known case of hypertension or newly detected elevated blood sugar, elevated the blood pressure level of more than the cutoff level of 140 by 90. So this aspect is also alarming. And if I can trace, why is it so? Again, it comes to the dietary habit, achar, pickles, preservation of meat, fish, where large amount of salt is added to preserve. And it's a typical dietary habit in Northeast India leading to this data. But the same is not applicable so far as blood sugar is concerned, because in Northeastern dietary habit, there is nothing where we take something extra sugar than the rest of India. Pura India में जो चलता है स्वीट्स वगैरह या शुगर लेने का हैबिट कुछ एक्स्ट्रा नॉर्थ ईस्ट में नहीं है, लेकिन इन केस ऑफ हाइपरटेंशन दैट सॉल्ट फैक्टर इज देयर. So that was all from my side regarding the non-communicable disease scenario in Northeast India, which is related to the typical dietary habits and also the typical addiction of tobacco and alcohol, which we can relate with. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Zaman. I think fantastic presentation. Love to understand the nuances that you brought out specific to the Northeast, sir. It is always a pleasure to listen to a professor. I think you are able to, teach us like students, and that's wonderful. So thank you very much, Professor Zaman. Moving on, I now request my good friend from the World Diabetes Foundation, Mete Skar, who's the program manager at the foundation. She is committed to creating access to prevention and care for people living with diabetes and related non-communicable diseases in low and middle income countries, with a particular focus on India and Eurasia. Mete has a background in public health science and value interdisciplinary approaches and systemic solutions to address health challenges. The World Diabetes Foundation and Mete in particular have been fantastic supporters of the work that we do. We are grateful to you, Mete, and the World Diabetes Foundation for being a part of this work that we are doing, for being a partner to Assam as a state. I think your interest in Assam seems to be really, really, very coming from your heart, and it shows with the kind of investment that you are doing within Assam. So thank you very much for that. Mete will be speaking specifically on the work of the World Diabetes Foundation in NCD care in India, their experiences and the way forward, the way they are thinking ahead. Mete, over to you. Salim, Krishna, can you please, yeah, okay, allow Mete to present. Yeah, thank you very much. Mete, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shailendra, and good morning to everybody. I hope you can see my slides.
Yes, we can see the slides. You can put it on slideshow. I'm not on slideshow yet.
It's not on slideshow?
No.
It is on my screen. 10 seconds.
So maybe just take it off and then put it on slideshow again.
Okay, 2 seconds. Sorry about this. Is it working now?
No, but it's okay. Let's move on and let's see if it becomes okay as we move on. It's not in slideshow for us. I don't know if, is it on slideshow, guys? Anyone can,
No, it's not in slideshow.
It's not
Sorry
on slideshow.
about this.
It's okay, Mete. I think you can just go ahead anyways.
Okay, I'll just try to share the whole screen, 2 seconds. So what about now?
Now it is. Perfect.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
First of all, thank you to our partners and friends at the Piramal Swasthya for organizing this very important and timely conference as part of our project focusing on strengthening NCD care in Assam. I would like to congratulate the team with this major achievement and also praise you for putting together a comprehensive and holistic agenda for the 2 days. I would also like to thank the honorable speakers for contributing to this important topic, and we are privileged to have this impressive lineup of speakers. I would especially like to thank the government and health authorities of Assam for your great leadership within addressing NCDs and creating access to care for the diverse population of your states. I would also like to thank guests and participants for joining and contributing to the conference. By joining hands with Piramal Swasthya, the Annamaya team, and WDF, we are creating increased attention to this important topic, and we are sharing knowledge and creating partnerships that is needed to address the challenges pertaining to tribal groups in the northeast of India and beyond. I will now give a brief presentation about the World Diabetes Foundation and the work that we are doing within the NCD space, and also more specifically the work that we are doing relating to indigenous peoples. World Diabetes Foundation is a philanthropic foundation dedicated to the prevention and treatment of diabetes in low and middle income countries, with the specific vision to alleviate human suffering related to diabetes and NCD among those in greatest needs. We are dedicated to working with diabetes in low and middle income countries because diabetes causes 70% of global mortality. Out of the millions of people living with diabetes in the world, more than 80% of them, or 435 million people, are living in low and middle income countries where financial and human resources are scarce. We are focusing on prevention and care because untreated diabetes is associated with serious complications, as we also heard in the previous presentation. Blindness, stroke, limb amputations, kidney disease, cardiovascular disease, and depression. Furthermore, it is estimated that 67% of people living with type 2 diabetes in low-income countries are undiagnosed and thereby unaware of their condition and at risk of developing these complications. We are working in low and middle income countries because there is a special need to be, and because there are common challenges in the health system that needs to be addressed. There is a notion that health systems are not built to address NCDs. They were built to address communicable diseases and not provide chronic care and lifelong care. The systems are often struggling with poverty and most often a double burden of disease, meaning a high load of both communicable and non-communicable diseases. Unfortunately, there is low international support for NCD programs, and for the last 20 years, WDF remains one of the only funders dedicated to this issue. This being despite the fact that NCDs is a barrier to development and economic growth. So WDF has a strong poverty focus and we remain obliged to those in greatest need. We are contributing to the Sustainable Development Goal number 3, ensuring healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. And more specifically, directly contributing to target 3.4 by 2030, reduce by 1/3 premature mortality from NCDs through prevention and treatment, and promote mental health and well-being. We help low and middle income countries improve diabetes prevention and care. We work through partnerships, ensuring that solutions are locally owned, and we act as a catalyst for change. Our work is divided into 2 main intervention areas. We focus on care by strengthening national health systems to improve diabetes care in a sustainable way, and by promoting integrated care, life cycle approaches, and promoting digital solutions. We focus on primary prevention of diabetes by addressing the key determinants of health and diabetes risk factors, such as unhealthy diet, physical inactivity, and obesity. These 2 areas are supported by our advocacy efforts, where we and our partners seek to raise the priority of NCD prevention and control within the health agenda. So this slide gives an overview of our project portfolio. For the last 20 years, WDF has provided 182 million euro in funding to close to 600 projects in 119 countries. And the numbers you see on the screen here reflects the currently ongoing partnerships. WDF has a focus on vulnerable groups with particular challenges regarding diabetes and NCDs. We are targeting children with type 1 diabetes, as they often are marginalized and their families experience catastrophic health expenditures. We are targeting people living in humanitarian context because these people often have a high risk of NCDs and they often have a very limited access to care. We also focus on what we refer to as indigenous peoples, which I will elaborate on in the next few slides. First, let me set the global context and just highlight indigenous peoples and communities in the health and development agenda. The rights of indigenous peoples were significantly advanced at the global level in 2002 with the launch of the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, and further on in the UN General Assembly adoption of the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in 2007. This declaration also included health and access to healthcare for and within indigenous communities worldwide. This adoption came at a time where the world was gradually recognizing the gloomy perspectives on global health from the rising epidemic of NCDs and their risk factors. Subsequently, the particular needs of indigenous peoples were also in the UN Political Declaration on NCDs from 2011, calling upon countries to give priority to the inclusion of indigenous peoples in the health reform system and capacity building required to address the NCD burden. Indigenous communities were also mentioned in the WHO Global Action Plan on NCDs in 2013, mentioning the vulnerability of indigenous peoples and communities. Indigenous peoples are recognized as a vulnerable group as they often are subjected to widespread poverty, discrimination, and social burdens. They represent around 5% of the world's population. This equals to 370 million people globally. However, they constitute 15% of the extreme poor. Indigenous peoples are severely exposed to NCDs and the risk factors. They often reside remotely located from or with limited access to basic healthcare services and are affected by high out-of-pocket expenditures. Due to globalization and urbanization, they experience a change of lifestyle and therefore are derived increased access to and consumption of processed foods and sugary sweetened beverages, often replacing traditional and more healthy diets. Indigenous peoples are experiencing an epidemiologic transition with a growing burden from diabetes and other NCDs. They have an above average prevalence rates of diabetes and its risk factors, and also adding to this, they have a higher burden of infected disease. Since our inception in 2002, WDF have supported projects fully or partly targeting indigenous peoples, and we have a considerable portfolio of projects targeting these particular groups and communities. We have supported a variety of projects with a wide geographical scope. We have supported 11 projects in Latin America, 2 in Africa, 9 in Southeast Asia, and 6 in small island states. There is a higher number from Latin America because this region have been at the forefront globally when it comes to ensuring societal and political mobilization around indigenous issues. Our interventions have most often been implemented by civil society groups and agencies involved or part of such communities. However, also in some of our larger scale WDF program partnerships often implemented with ministries of health, the national authorities have prioritized the inclusion of provinces with indigenous community representation as well. By engaging with a broad level of partners, we have been able to leverage the agenda at state, regional, and global levels. The focus of our projects have been to increase access to care for indigenous people, noticing that these groups often reside in remote areas. Special efforts have been made to ensure that awareness are created with and for indigenous people, ensuring that it's culturally acceptable. The WDF portfolio seeking to support indigenous communities has been considered largely successful in terms of meeting the immediate goals of improved diabetes awareness and care and prevention among indigenous peoples, but also in terms of providing whole of society approaches to healthcare and health system improvements. This obviously also as part of the efforts of all countries to respond to the severe burden from diabetes and NCDs, which continue to pose challenges to health and development across the world. From an advocacy perspective, WDF leveraged the global political momentum following the 2011 UN Declaration on NCDs and co-hosted together with the International Diabetes Federation an expert meeting on indigenous peoples, diabetes and development, which brought together leading specialists and researchers within the field, similar to what we are also supporting today. I will share a few learnings from working with indigenous peoples. Our experience so far has taught us the importance of making sure that projects in areas with indigenous populations focus on creating access to care, noticing that the exclusivity, remoteness, and poverty often affecting these communities are a major barrier to accessing the formal healthcare system. Therefore, our projects need to strengthen efforts of existing healthcare, strive to make them inclusive, and promote whole of society approaches. There also a need to be considerate of specific traditions, cultures, and beliefs of indigenous peoples, particularly when addressing awareness raising. There is a need to have an in-depth understanding of specific practices, and the results are much better when the indigenous peoples themselves take active role in development of interventions and in the implementation. Lastly, we have also experienced in some settings the particular needs of and conditions such as language and cultural barriers and other challenges have not always been considered adequately by authorities, and thus there is a need to be aware of political sensitivities to navigate them. I would also like to share a few of our experiences from interventions targeting tribal populations in India. We have supported 6 projects in Northeast India focusing explicitly on tribal populations. These have been grassroots initiatives creating access to care, thereby reaching the unreached, meaning bringing care to the localities where the tribal populations live and ensuring that the services are accessible and acceptable to the local people. The approaches have been innovative to reach river-locked populations. We have supported basic structures in the communities and supported capacity building for diabetes prevention and care, also among traditional healers and so-called quack doctors. Primary prevention and awareness raising activities have been undertaken as part of community approaches, where the beneficiaries have been involved in the development of materials. Specific consideration has been made towards language, literacy level, and using means such as role play, local street plays, theater, or mural paintings as a way to reach the tribal populations with the messages. Lastly, I want to share some thoughts on the way forward. As the WDF, we continue to be committed to reaching also the tribal populations of India. We have worked with the grassroots to create basic access to care, but we believe that there is a need to form a coalition of partners to address the issues of tribal communities in a holistic way. At the center of our work is the human-centered approach, and we believe that only by creating strong partnerships with active involvement of the tribal communities themselves can we come up with viable solutions relevant to solve some of the challenges related to NCDs and tribal health. Thank you.
Thanks, Mette. Thank you very much. I think the overall investment and the way you have thought about diabetes specifically for the Northeast is very, very interesting. You mentioned about the UN declaration. I'm very happy to also share with you and with everyone here that Piramal Swasthya has recently been accorded the NGO consultative status by the United Nations Economic and Social Council. It's a matter of pride. It is also a matter of responsibility because it gives us that much more responsibility to voice, to voice the challenges of tribal communities, indigenous communities on a global platform. So I think since you brought up the declaration, I think it was imperative for me to also share that this particular positioning has now been accorded to Piramal Swasthya and to Anamai, the Tribal Health Collaborative. Thank you very much, Mette, for being a part of this conference and for sharing your thoughts. Thank you very much also for being a part of the work that we are doing. We are deeply grateful to you for the work that you have done. Thank you very much. May I now request Dr. Rahul Sarma, who's the State Program Officer for the NCDs in the government of Assam, to please share his thoughts on the work that the government of Assam has been doing on non-communicable diseases. Dr. Rahul Sarma is an assistant professor at the Department of Community Medicine, Guwahati Medical College and Hospital, and is also the State Program Officer for non-communicable disease since 2018 in NHM Assam. He's implemented a number of NCD programs under the aegis of the National Program for the Control of Diabetes, Cancer, Stroke. Also has been instrumental in the implementation of comprehensive primary health care through the health and wellness centers. Has also been instrumental in the Prime Minister's National Dialysis Program and the National Program for Palliative Care implementation in Assam. Dr. Sharma, thank you very much for agreeing to be a speaker in this conference. I appreciate. I know that the NHM is very busy and the kind of work that all of you are doing, but thank you very much for being a part of this. Salim Krishna, can you please allow Dr. Rahul to share his screen? And also, yeah, can he speak?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
okay.
Sure.
Thank you, Dr. Rahul.
Yeah,
Over
first of all, thank you to Global Foundation and World Diabetes Federation for holding such conclave and also inviting me as a keynote speaker for this conclave. So I have a small presentation to make regarding our progress in non-communicable diseases. Can I share my screen now?
Yes, you can, Dr. Rahul. I think you can share your screen. Just try sharing the screen. Are you able to? Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, I can see the folder.
Is my screen visible?
No, I can see the folder, Dr. Rahul. I can see that showcasing the work of Government of Assam and then workshop 8, 11, 12. I can see two presentations, but I can't see the presentation per se.
Actually, I have opened up my presentation. Is it not
so
visible?
No, it's not. So you'll have to go back and then stop sharing and then share screen, then open the presentation. Yeah, now you share screen and you say that you want to open the presentation can be.
Yes, I think it is now visible.
Yes, now it is. Can you please put it on slideshow mode, please? Okay, please go ahead, Dr. Rahul. Let's not waste time on this. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. So just wanted to highlight the work the government of Assam, being National Health Mission, is one of the implementing agencies doing in non-communicable diseases. So majorly, like the India is suffering, the Assam has got a means good number of prevalence in non-communicable diseases. So basically, if we see the prevalence, we have current tobacco users at 32.8%, alcohol at 15.9%, and inadequate intake of fruits and vegetables at 98.4%, and insufficient physical activity at 41.3%. This data has been taken from National NCD Monitoring Survey. And also,
Dr. Rahul,
yeah.
Sorry for interrupting you. I think the slides are not moving.
Is it moving now?
No, I'm still seeing the first slide. You may want to stop and then again. Yeah. Yeah. It's still on slide 1. Have you put it on slideshow mode, Dr. Rahul?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, but it's not visible to us. Can you go to slide number 2? Let's see if it moves.
Is it visible now?
No, it's still slide 1. It's still slide 1. Just give me a second. Krishna, is it possible to do something? Yeah, now it is moved. Yeah, please go to now it is in introduction. Yeah, please go on.
Yeah, just mentioning the risk factor prevalence. So, current tobacco users in Assam is 32.8%, and alcohol use is 15.9%. And if we see the smoke and smokeless product user as per NFHS survey is 22.1% in women and 51.8% in men. So Assam has a higher prevalence of having this throat, mouth, and oral cancers. So because of the consumption of smokeless and smoke tobacco products, the prevalence is higher in this part of the country. So if we see the burden of NCDs in Assam, then 51.2% of disease burden in Assam is due to non-communicable diseases, and stroke, COPD, and ischemic heart disease are within the top 10 leading cause of disability adjusted life years in Assam. So most of the risk factors that contribute to highest daily were related to lifestyle. So if we see the burden of non-communicable disease as per NFHS 5 data survey, the prevalence of high blood pressure in male was 20.3% and female was 19.1%, and prevalence of high blood sugar level, that is diabetes, is 16.0% and 12.8%. So basically, because of the high prevalence of hypertension and diabetes, the people are being pushed to the various complication of this two risk factors, and we are having higher numbers of cerebrovascular accidents and complicated diabetes cases and heart attack cases in our state. So to to identify the people having the hypertension and diabetes, we have already implemented the non-communicable diseases program that is implemented through Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. So we have implemented national program for the prevention and control of cancer, diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, and stroke. So just to elaborate on the progress of this program, we have established the NCD clinics at district hospital and CHCs. So this NCD clinic actually do the opportunity screening. So we have done around 6 lakhs and more people screened in these clinics, and they have been diagnosed and put on treatment. So ministry has also introduced the CPHC health and wellness centers in the year 2018. So Assam has really progressed well in the implementation of comprehensive primary healthcare health and wellness centers. And we have functionalized more than 4,000 health and wellness centers, and we have achieved the target set by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare in the current financial year. Just to elaborate on the progress of the various data elements of CPHC health and wellness centers, we have screened almost 33 lakhs patients in these centers, and more than 5 lakhs patients have been screened and diagnosed and put on treatment for hypertension, and more than 2 lakhs patients have been screened and diagnosed for the hypertension. So when we implemented this program, the main gap we found in the continuum of care part, because once the patients are being screened at health and wellness centers, they have to be diagnosed and put on treatment by a medical officer who sits at the primary health centers. So to monitor this, we have already started implementing the comprehensive primary health care application. So CHOs are using it, and they are sending the patients through this application to their medical officers. So through these applications, we can visualize the continuum of care the patients are being getting for the hypertension, diabetes, and if possible for 3 common cancers. And also if the drugs are available and the patients are getting the drugs or not. So through these comprehensive primary healthcare NCD applications, we are now getting the results for the continuum of care. Assam has also implemented the India Hypertension Control Initiative. So we have a special talk on the India Hypertension Control Initiative during this NCD conclave, and Dr. Gunjan will definitely brief the audience on the various implementation of this India Hypertension Control Initiative. Just to brief the audience on India Hypertension Control Initiative. We have actually made a standard treatment protocol for hypertension at primary healthcare level and secondary healthcare level. And we have introduced 3 drugs to treat the patients and have riders for starting the telmisartan and hydrochlorothiazide. So initially the patient will be put on amlodipine 5 milligram, then the doses will be increased to 10 milligram if the hypertension is not controlled. Then the telmisartan 40 milligram will be added, which can be increased to 80 milligram. Then we have the provision of hydrochlorothiazide if the hypertension is not controlled by amlodipine 5 mg and amlodipine 10 mg and telmisartan 80 mg. So these are our protocol, and we have already rolled out this India Hypertension Control Initiative in Barpeta and Dibrugarh district of Assam. So Dr. Gunjan will speak more on the India Hypertension Control Initiative and the numbers we have achieved till so far. It's a recent program. So recently, during 1 month time only, we have implemented this program. So just to aware the target audience on the cancer project that also have been approved by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare as one of the best practices in the last held Chief Secretary conference, which was presided by our Honorable Prime Minister of Assam. So we have 17 locations approved for the Cancer Care Foundation hospitals. So it will be a tier hospital-like thing, like zonal hospital-like thing. We have tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. And 7 health facilities are already functional. And if we see the number of chemotherapy and radiotherapy fraction, so from 29 April 2022 to 31st December 2022, 8,000 chemotherapy sessions and 20,000 plus radiotherapy fractions have already been conducted in this 7. So in the coming year, we'll be having 10 such locations, and just to decrease the burden of mortality and morbidity due to cancer in northeastern India and other parts of the country, this project will be definitely a big boost to the healthcare system of Assam and of the India. Just to introduce the audience on the few best practices that have also been selected by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, we have introduced some simple techniques like tracking back, just like the routine immunization tracking back. We have 12 pockets so that the community health officers can monitor the next month patients and the patient load he has, and the number of patients he'll have to screen for the next month. And for regarding the progress of dialysis facility, we have 34 numbers of dialysis center, which is providing free of cost hemodialysis facility to all patients having CRF, chronic renal failure, in 26 districts of Assam. And by this year end, we will be having all the districts saturated with at least one dialysis center in the districts. So till 12 January 2023, since its inception in June 2020 to 2019, we have conducted 3,48,169 dialysis sessions with an efficiency of more than 60 dialysis per machine. So we have also implemented through Nishta Japaigo One Shusha app, so that we can monitor the patients who are being diagnosed with non-communicable disease for their medicine routines, for their health checkups, for their health and wellness activities. We have already done a pilot on Shusha application also. So along with this, though, we have numerous challenges also. So as I have already mentioned that more than 5 lakhs patients have been put on treatment, there are still too many patients as per the projection, around 26 lakhs of hypertensive and 19.5 lakhs of diabetes that needs to be treated. So with the progress of our screening at the primary health center, we are trying to achieve this figure by the year 2023-24. So for uptake of cancer screening, we have also planned a cancer screening training and cancer screening techniques to be available at health and wellness centers through Assam Cancer Care Foundation. And there is also simple the treatment protocol that I have already mentioned, that we have already developed one treatment protocol for hypertension. So we are also preparing a simple treatment protocol for diabetes and COPD cases. So these are our walks from Government of Assam. So thank you everyone for providing me time and space in this NCD conclave. I can take if there is any question on the on my session. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Sharma. Yeah, am I audible? Yeah, okay. So as and when the questions come, we will pool those questions and we will share with the speakers.
Yeah,
Right
Dr.
now,
Shailendra, there is one hand raised.
yeah, whose hand is that? Says iPhone 12.
Shazia.
Sorry, please go on.
Shazia, sir.
Shazia, you have a question, Shazia?
Yes, sir. Very good afternoon, all of you. May I want to ask one question with Dr. Rahul Sharma. Sir, आपने अभी mention किया कि 4 cancer care, 4 more centers will be open in future through the help and support of Cancer Care Foundation. Can you please mention which 4 centers will be open in future?
Yeah, I have the list of 17 such facility. I will definitely share the list with the means during this conclave.
Yes, yes.
Thank
sure.
you. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Shazia. Thank you, Dr. Rahul. So as you know, under the strengthening of non-communicable disease services, along with the government of Assam, we've been actively involved in many activities across multiple districts in Assam. One such district where we've done some work is Dima Hasao. I am now going to request my colleague from Dima Hasao, Ms. Zanme Agwang, who's the district project coordinator, to talk about the work that is happening in Dima Hasao, and then I will request Krishna to also showcase the video after Zanme finishes the talk. Zanme, over to you.
Thank you so much, sir. So my warm greeting to all. Self-introduction first. So I am Hagwang Mira Zemne from Dimahasa. So I'm
Zanme, 1 second. Just 1 second. Can I request everybody to please mute yourself and keep Zanme, if your mobile is close by, just keep it a little further away. Okay. Go on, Zanme. Let's see. There was a lot of echo when you were speaking. Let's see if it has changed.
Okay. So I'm the Is it still echoing?
Yeah, there is still a lot of echo. Just give a second. Krishna, can you please unmute? Mute everybody except for Zanme.
Actually, she's logged in 2 devices. I think. Please cross check from.
Zanme, are you there on two devices? Can you please close one device?
Sir, it's just one device.
One device, Krishna. Okay.
Can you check if there are headphones connected, Shailendra, if that can be removed?
Here we can see 2 devices are connected, so that.
Can you mute one of them?
That wasn't internally connected, so we can't. She will be close that and reconnect it again.
Zanme, you can, I think, log out from either phone or laptop. Maybe you can just log out from phone and stay on anyone.
Okay.
Have you logged out from phones, Anmi?
Yes, ma'am.
It's still see two devices. We are seeing two devices. I think you can remove, like completely exit the meeting from the phone. Don't just stay on mute. Just exit from phone. Stay only on video.
Let me just a second. Let me just wait.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Zanmi, are you ready?
दो थे, एक माइकल और एक और अपना जो धोया ना
Zanmi, are you here?
Is it fine now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Excuse me for the trouble. So yes, I am the district project coordinator of the Mahasal, and we are working in a project that is funded by World Diabetes Foundation, and we are currently working in a project to strengthen the NCD services across Assam. So I belong to one of the tribal population, that is the Zemi Naga tribe. We are the second most populated community in our district. So a little introduction about my district, that is Dima Hasao. So it's a beautiful place, and we have wonderful landscapes, and we have rich cultures and traditions. So the tribal population, it constitutes 71% of the total population in the district, and we are mainly dominated by the Dimasa Kacharis, and the Zemi Nagas, the Mar, the Kukis, and Karbis, etc. And we share our boundary with several other states of the Northeast, like Meghalaya, Manipur, and Nagaland, and also with other districts of Assam, like the Kachar district, Karbi Anglong, and Hojai. So it is our district, that is the Mahasao, is one of the hill district of Assam, and unlike other districts, our state do face certain challenges which might not be prevalent in other districts, such as the accessibility issues, and because of rich traditions and cultures, so it becomes difficult sometimes to break through the shell of these traditions to bring in the concept of modern health and services and practices. So with the approval and the knowledge of our organizational managers, and in collaboration with National Health Mission, that is from the Mahasal. So we planned an awareness programs, and we executed. So I extend my gratitude to Mr. John Au in this platform, because with his support we could perform, or we could create this awareness session at Chaikam village among the Zemi Naga community on antenatal care and services. So to bring in the health awareness through the traditional ways, folk songs were also prepared, and it was presented during the session, and by the health staff of the Urban Health Center of the Mahasal. And the venue was held at Hangseuki. So this is very important and significant because it is the male dormitory of the Zemi Naga tribe, which also encompasses the fact that not only the pregnant mother, but also, the husband and the family members are equally responsible for the antenatal care services of the pregnant mother. So the session was conducted and successfully, and we received lots of appreciation and gratitude from the community members and also from the village priest, which we call Tinku Pao, which is very important and a public figure in the village, in the community, and also from the village head. So after the session, there was also, medical services by the mobile medical unit, and many community members accessed the services. And through this session, after the session, we could detect one pregnant woman in the first trimester. So which is a very good thing that we did that day. So humbly presenting the video of the awareness program at Chaikam village on 8th November with the theme ANC to save mother and child from diabetes, organized in collaboration with NHM Di Mahasau, to a better today and tomorrow. Thank you. So this much from my side. I request the team to kindly project the video.
Ina kelung leine ke ibe suan duke da gatin de hege atel melate ume asa ze puilu rehe kizun wanzuke Pui penangge ke ire ne dator bage la muile.
वहाँ में प्रेग्नेंट वुमेन जाके प्रेग्नेंट वुमेन और एक अटेंडेंट ना उसके साथ में कोई बैठेगा ना वहाँ में रह के रह सकता है उसमें खाना पीना फ्री होगा वन प्रेग्नेंट वुमेन और अटेंडेंट हाँ उसका खाना पीना फ्री है जब तक डिलीवरी नहीं होगा और डिलीवरी होने के बाद में भी वो लोग रह सकता है डॉक्टर का मतलब डॉक्टर का एडवाइस का अनुसार रह सकता है बोल के हम लोग का इधर में नया स्कीम है यहाँ में हम लोग का और आसाम में दिमाग तो क्लास बनाया है
Umroh tadi me kian rata tare, ada tester angga tester ni tu mi cium ramai mute luar rohen, sekarang tak luar. Karena asam area wasa tu cuma baru, jadi amang mi. Karena orang guai. Mereka tu mi, angsa mate mi.
Gestational diabetes mellitus juga. I need gestational diabetes mellitus sebab ayam pui dah baru nak pakai. Kampung pui dah gak pakai dah. Sepuluh soga kampung mak soga. Pedaga sini tester so pedaga galau kerana kampung bertinggal. Pugu sini है sini hang di sui pedaga. Jika ciznya hararit ni kau penang tu gak pahang tu keharai bertangku bertangna. Jika ciznya Dego me ani lewat lau guna ANC di ko. Wei sister pui wang ze ning kai na mas lewat de wang
Hello. Yeah, great. Thank you. I think this is wonderful, and I think it shows the rich cultural heritage of the tribal populations and how that can be actually leveraged for to improve awareness, to increase the focus and spotlight on health-related issues. Thank you very much, the entire team, for putting this together. Thank you very much. May I now request my good friend and colleague, Mr. Madhu Raghavendra, uh, to take us through the next set of discussions and presentations of this conference. Madhu, are you there?
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Shailendra.
Yes. Over to you. Thank you, Madhu.
I now invite, after looking at this powerful presentation by Zanwe from Dima Hasao, I invite my colleague from Pasighat, Dr. Emily Kumba. Dr. Emily Kumba, are you here?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I invite Dr. Emily Kumba, and he's a medical doctor in Ayurveda and a research officer at Northeast Institute of Folk Medicine, Pasighat. It is run by Ministry of Ayush, and it is a very unique setup to where there are also bone setters. So this is also Ministry of Ayush trying to institutionalize traditional healthcare and not overlook it, which is one of the key aspects of the Annamaya program, Tribal Health Collaborative itself. And it just is opposite in Pasighat. It's a huge building, 3-floor building, just opposite to the district TB office in East Siang district. So Dr. Emily Kumba has done a lot of efforts. He has written a book on traditional medicine from the local practices. He also hails from Nagaland. So there's a rich heritage and culture he carries with himself. So with that kind of introduction, I invite Dr. Emily Kumba to speak and share his presentation on traditional medicine.
Thank you, Mr. Madhu. I think I'm audible, I guess.
Yes, you're audible.
And my presentation is also...
Yeah, visible. You can set it to the sharing mode. Presentation mode.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, first of all, thank you, Dr. Madhu, for giving me this opportunity to share some of my works which I've done in Arunachal Pradesh. Well, before speaking, I would like to introduce myself. It will be like better that I say that I belong to 2 states, because basically I am from Nagaland. I belong to our tribe, and I'm a tribal of Nagaland district. And also now I'm working in Pasighat, Arunachal Pradesh. So that makes me a person from 2 states. So the title of my presentation is Traditional Healing and NCDs in Northeast, Learning from Arunachal Pradesh. These are the contents of my presentation. Well, basically, first, when we say traditional system of medicine, every time what it comes is Ayush. But here I would like to discuss and say that traditional system of medicine is divided into 2, that is codified traditional system of medicine and non-codified traditional system of medicine. So when we say codified traditional system of medicine, it means where there is a codified structure of studies. It may be defined as Ayush, which is Ayurveda, Yoga and Naturopathy, Unani, Siddha, Sawaripa and Homeopathy, and also the traditional Chinese medicine. But the non-codified traditional system are those with codified system. Ayush system, they have a 5.5 years to study, and then they have a code system. But in non-codified system, there is no code system. They learn it from their parents, or they learn it from their known and dear ones, and some they may be faith healers. All these things comes under non-codified of system of medicine, and altogether this comes under traditional system of medicine. So I think now everyone will be able to understand the meaning of traditional system of medicines. So basically, before going into my topic very nicely, I would like to explain some basics about traditional community healthcare providers. Traditional healers, in scientific terms, what we say is traditional community healthcare providers. So according to that traditional community healthcare providers, you can see that those traditional healers, they use 6,500 species of medicinal plants. Some they use metals and minerals, and also some they use animal products. So the knowledge acquisition, it comes through oral transmission, that is Guru Shishya Parampara, or observation, or sometimes from the wisdom, skills, experience. But lack of formal recognition and mainstreaming into the primary healthcare system is the reason why this system is going off. Like I said, traditional community healthcare providers, they are coming under non-codified system of medicine. They don't have any codified, and they don't have any certificate for them. But Department of Ayush in 2010-12, they started a pilot project with Indian Indira Gandhi National Open University, which is IGNOU, and they collaborated with Quality Council of India for certification framework of traditional healers. And in that, foundation for revitalization of local health tradition for technical framework was discussed, and then the certification of traditional healers started. This was the background of certification of traditional healers. Till that, 869 traditional healers have been certified from the states of Assam, Chhattisgarh, Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, Nagaland, Punjab, Rajasthan, and Tripura. And also Manipur is also added in that. Accreditation is done as per ISO 17024, and provisionally approved PRCB means those universities which are certifying the traditional healers with the help of Quality Council of India. There are 3, along with Northeastern Christian University in Dimapur. So certified healers, what we say, I'm coming to the main topic inside that, but they are the main things which will help in helping hand for doctors in the far long places like Northeastern region, where there are no proper health facilities available. So they can work hand in hand with the health workers and help in eradicating most of the diseases. So what will help for the what help we can get from the traditional healers are help documenting and preserve and promote these traditional healthcare practices, help formulate effective and efficient strategies to provide low-cost primary healthcare. Here, like most of the time, we see that the effective way of primary health is increasing everywhere, but these traditional healers can help in providing low-cost healthcare facilities to those who are in need. But proper identification and certification of traditional healers is the need of the hour. And I will come back to that, how we can certify. And since our institute is a lone institute working in the certification and also for the upliftment of traditional healers to the people outside, this will help, and also help in the healthcare facilities of not only India, but specifically for the Northeastern region, where healthcare is still a big roadblock in this thing. Here you can see it was given by Shripad Nayak, the ex-Minister of State for Independent Charge for Ayush. Here he had said that Swastha Parampara, that revitalization, and he was given in that, and this is just a pictorial presentation of what the message was. Coming to this National Ayush Mission, how it can help in this certification of traditional healers are this National Ayush Mission, in that there is a flexi pool budget, where in the edge you can see voluntary certification scheme, project based. Here you can give for others here, you can certify traditional healers and bring them into the national health Ayush mission and help in the proper justification and also help in the healthcare facilities for the local people. Now coming to the certification process, because traditional healers, as you know, all cannot be put into the system, but they should be certified properly, and how they have to be certified and how the process is taking on is what I would like to showcase in my coming slides. So stream specific, here in the traditional healers also, they have made it stream specific. That is common ailments, jaundice, traditional birth attendant, poisonous bites, that is insects or animal bites, and traditional bone setters, and lastly arthritis. As you can see, these are the stream specific which has been divided, and domain specific doctors and domain specific traditional healers will go and take their examination, and based on that examination they will be certified by QCI. And this is what the stream specific means, like traditional healers are this. So the people who will go and certify the traditional healers are led by a team leader who will be an Ayush doctor and having 5 years of experience and has undergone 3 days training by personal certifying bodies. Like in the previous slide what I have showed, there are 4 certifying bodies which are certifying the traditional healers with the help of Quality Council of India, and also the second 2 traditional healers who have 20 years of practice after attaining the age of 18 years in either of the 6 domains and have undergone 3 days training by the personal certifying body. These people will go and take the examination of traditional healers and make them certified. So these were the people who will go and take the certification of exams of the traditional healers. So who can apply for that examination? Who can apply for that examination to become a certified traditional healers? He should be an Indian. He should attain 28 years with 10 years of practice after attaining 18 years. So domain expert in 6 ailments, like what I have said, common ailments, jaundice, traditional birth attendant, traditional bites, and traditional bone setting with arthritis. And no objection certificate from village headman, Gambura chairman, or any class 1 gazetted officer. All these documents should be there. And then he can apply for certification. And those Ayush doctors and 2 traditional healers selected by PRCB will go and certify them, and they will be certified. These are the evaluation process. I won't go deep into it. And these are the do's and don'ts, what they have to follow. Certification is valid for a period of 5 years. Cannot write doctor in front of their name, because many people have that thing that they will write doctor after getting certificate, but traditional healers, they cannot write doctor. So this is what they are doing. There will be one off-site surveillance visit anytime within 2 years of certification, and misuse of certificate is not allowed. And this is all seen by the PRCB body. Let me show you some of the certification process pictures. This is myself for the certification process. Yeah, we may feel proud that India was the first who had started certification process of in the whole world, and Tripura was the first state where certification process was carried out, and 5 traditional healers were for traditional healers certifications for Assam. And like these were some of the things what we went, this was the on the topmost corner on the left side, you will see examination taken by the Ayush doctor in the middle and 2 traditional healers on the side, and this was the traditional healers. These are the things what they bring and show to us. On the on-site visit where we go to the traditional healers home, these are what they show to the traditional healers, and we will ask from that. And these are some on the topmost on the right side. You will see many females sitting. These are the patients who have been treated by the traditional. These are the data of traditional of the patients who had come and taken the treatment from the traditional healer. So all these things are being seen, and then we analyze and give them marks, and according to that they are evaluated and they are given the certificates. So these are the traditional healers whom we went and certified in Tuensang district of Nagaland. So coming to the most important part, I want to highlight some of the certain plants used in hypertension and diabetes. Like we say, non-communicable diseases, which we see most of the time. And these are some of the plants which are used by the traditional healers and also by the locals. As you know, Arunachal Pradesh or Nagaland, they are a tribal state. 80% of the population are tribals. So every 100 kilometers or every 50 kilometers, the way of living, the way of talking, the language, their fooding habits, everything changes. So these are some of the specific, and like some are very known also, but these are some of the plants which I found it very specific and like which can be used even by local people also. This is the traditional healers use the leaves of these plants for diabetes. Method of use is they boil the leaves and drink the liquid which is being prepared, decoction prepared out of their leaves. This is easily available near any water bodies, and these are being taken to maintain diabetes. This plant is being used as a hedge, like as a boundary fence in Arunachal Pradesh, and most of the people use these leaves for taking even in both. It is kind of a leaves which is used as a hedge protection, but it is used as a plant, as a potent herb for diabetes. Here, the leaves are dried and decoction is prepared just like tea and then taken. And it seems that it maintains the level of the sugar. Everyone knows this. These are big lemons which everyone uses. Nowadays, people are using the upper part. Unka jo chilka hai, wo use karte hai. The upper part of the rim of the plant is being used. They dry it and make it into a powder. And 1 tablespoon of that powder is taken in warm water every morning and evening after food or before. Not blood pressure, the sugar level. Squash. Everyone takes this plant as a boil in our tribal areas, but the leaves is being dried and it is being crushed, and it is taken with the upper part of the rim of the orange, what I have shown to you, Citrus maxima, and it is taken. Passion fruit, everyone is available in all of the Northeast. The leaves is boiled and the water is extracted, is being taken to maintain the sugar level. Also, the leaves is dried, fried in less amount of oil and being taken. It helps in maintaining the diabetes. This is a fruit which is available in the hill areas of our Tuensang region in Nagaland. Here, the seed is taken with food and it helps in maintaining the BP and diabetes. These are all the sharings of traditional healers whom we have interviewed, and this all were documented and it is under study. This is means like a small plant which is available in the hilly areas. Here the leaves is being taken, boiled and consumed, and the leaves, the water available from the leaves is also taken, and it helps in maintaining the BP and sugar. plant everyone knows Calotropis giganta, which we call as arka in Ayurveda. The people use it, the hairy part of the leaf, the under part of the leaf is put inside the socks and foot is being pressed and it is being used. It helps in maintaining the diabetes. That is what we came to know when we went for the documentation or by some traditional healers. Vrihati, as you know, Solanum violacum, this plant is used by many of the traditional healers and also locals, where they use the seed. It is being taken boiled or it is being used as dried part. It is very bitter and it helps in maintaining the BP. That is what we came to know during our documentation. Beer bile. It is this thing is completely banned as of now because bile is an endangered, beer is an endangered animal and it is not at all this thing. But people in olden times and still people use the beer, the bile of the beer in treating diabetes, where they lick the bile every morning in empty stomach, and it seems that it helps in maintaining the sugar level. In place of the bile, people have started using mithun, the animal, the state animal of Arunachal Pradesh, as the replacement for beer bile in the treatment of diabetes. This we had come to know from one of the traditional healers when we went for interview. These are some of the publications of our institute, certified traditional healers of Northeastern India. Till date, there are 57 traditional healers, 865 all over India who have been certified by Quality Council of India, and 50 are the traditional healers who have been certified from Northeastern region, from the state of Nagaland, Tripura, Assam, Manipur, and all the information from where they got the knowledge, their contact number, their address, and everything is being shared in this book. Also, recent advances in research in folk medicine in Northeastern India is also a publication of our institute, and recent advances in Ayurveda and drug development is also a publication from our institute. I would like to acknowledge Ministry of Ayush, Directorate of Health Service Assam, National Ayush Mission Assam, World Diabetes Foundation, Piramal Foundation Director, our institute, Traditional Healers Fraternity, from whom I have learned a lot, and also the participants of the seminar. And special thanks to Mr. Madhu, who found me capable enough to present this presentation and share my presentation. Though it was a very short time for me, I think I would have presented my views and on that. There is a famous saying that the art of healing comes from nature, not from the physician. Therefore, the physician must start from the nature with an open mind. With this thing, I would like to end my presentation, and we should be open. We as a physician should be open mind, and we should start with the nature, because nature is having all the cures in it. And if we know how to properly use this thing, it will be a very big benefit for not only us, but for the coming generation. And also we should try to conserve this, because this is slowly losing its magic. This is our team led by our director, our botanist, and myself. This is my phone number and also my email ID. If anyone needs to collaborate, or if anyone wants to get in touch, they can do it. I'm always ready to help. And also this is like science is a never-ending thing. We may feel that it is not a thing, but even a small thing will become a big innovation tomorrow. So with this, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you all. If you have any queries, I would take up the queries, and over to Madhu, please.
Thank you, Dr. Emily Kumba. It was a very enriching presentation. And I hope, I mean, as you said, there's this idea of mainland and Northeast. And for people, I mean, most of us here are from the Northeast. But at the same time, why it is important to have suddenly a traditional, because as somebody is saying, more need for necessary authentication and need, but there is a gap. There is this formal treatment of medicine, allopathy. And when we step into any kind of indigenous spaces, what happens is there is a matter of trust, and the trust of the people mostly lie with their traditional and indigenous healers. And that is why it is important, and especially thanks for mentioning the National Ayush Mission as well, because as we are focusing towards National Health Mission, we also at times forget the National Ayush Mission exists in full-fledgedly, and forget to leverage that opportunity. So thanks for bringing us all together, Dr. Emily Kumba, and it means a lot. And thank you for sharing your contact as well. We will get in touch with you for more work in future as a part of Anamaya and WDF somewhere. So over to the team of Conference Secretariat, and I think we'll move into lunch now.
Madhu, there is a question in chat for Dr. Emily Kumba. Shall I read it out?
Yeah, please do.
Please.
The question is from Dr. Pallavi Roy. She asks, are these professionals also being onboarded to the ABDM Healthcare Professionals Repository?
Actually, the certified traditional healers list, along with all their addresses with their phone number, is available in Quality Council of India under the head of Voluntary Certification Scheme for Traditional Community Healthcare Providers. So they are being certified by Quality Council of India with the help of the personal certifying bodies. They are all over India. There are 4 certifying bodies who certify these traditional healers based on the rules and regulation of Voluntary Certification Scheme for Traditional Community Healthcare Providers. Also, one thing is I want to add here is they are also trying to bring them into the mainstream level of healing, as it was discussed in the previous things also. National Ayush Mission has come up with Health and Wellness Center, Ayush Health and Wellness Center. So in that there is a place for health workers. So in that they are planning to bring the certified healers who have been certified by Quality Council of India into the mainstream by giving them employment on a rotatory basis kind of thing. So it is just in the pipeline, starting with the pipeline, and like traditional healers means it is being started in Tripura. Since Tripura was the first state who went into certification of traditional healers, it is not only in India alone. It was the first exercise of certification of traditional healers in the whole world. Tripura was the first state where it was started. So Tripura, they are working it out on to bring them into the National Ayush Mission, like what I've said, Ayush Health and Wellness. So that is what. And regarding the information of certified traditional healers, I've said 869 traditional healers who are certified all over India. The list is available in Quality Council of India under the theme Voluntary Certification Scheme for Traditional Community Healthcare Providers.
Thank you. And I also have a question for you, sir.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, so my name is Dr. Radha Valaulekar, and I'm also a part of Piramal Foundation. I head the Strengthening NCD Services in Assam project. So I'm curious to understand from you, in your work with traditional healers in the Northeast, what have you found to be their perception towards the health system, the primary healthcare system that is there, or their patients doing maybe something like a mix of the public health system and accessing traditional healers' care at the same time. What in your experience has been, what have you found the perception of traditional healers to be towards this?
Actually, when I say perception of traditional healers, actually they are giving their full thing, but they are not getting the proper benefits, because this is the first time when 2018 was the first when certification of traditional healers started. So most of the traditional healers, they had already left the field, because they are not getting the proper benefit of monetary benefit or the respect what they get. But I would like to highlight here 3 or 4 instances during my visit to the traditional healers, which was really a kind of a community help to the traditional healers. First, I would like to say a thing about Tuensang. It's a place in Nagaland. It's nearly 400 kilometers away from the commercial capital, Dimapur. Everyone has heard Dimapur, and there is no proper facilities. So there is a village called Char. So in that village, there is a traditional healers, and the nearest hospital is Tuensang Civil Hospital, which is nearly 83 kilometers away from that village. So he is the only person who is looking after any kind of problem, starting from stroke to diabetes or any kind of cut wounds, whoever is affected in that village. And nearby 3 to 4 villages, they come to him to get treatment. So this was the beauty, what he was the thing. And what he said was that he has to work because he has to feed his family. So whenever he goes to the village, to his farm to work, people come and take him because patient is coming and waiting for him. Patient is coming and waiting for him. So what the community did was they helped him in his field work so that he can finish his field, this thing. And there is a contribution from the whole community to get him, to give a lump sum of money for him to run his family. So that is the beauty, what the whole villages came together and then they did it. So that is one thing. Second thing is he was being helped, and when he went for certification, they asked, the certification process is a 7,500 rupees, what they have to give fees to the PRCB. So the whole community came together and gave that money to him so that he can be certified, and then he could get at least some kind of this thing. And he was very happy with that, and he started teaching those things to his children and also to the village people in and around. That is the first example what I'm giving. Second or third example I would like to give from the state of Mizoram, from the state of Meghalaya. So Meghalaya, there is a traditional healing hospital, 50-bedded traditional healing hospital in the Garo Hills, and it is being run by Dr. Vashishta Marak. He is also a homeopathy doctor, but he left the practice of homeopathy and he started a Khasi traditional healing hospital in Garo Hills. And if you get time, you can visit it. It's one of the best, and people come and work there. And also, Khasi Autonomous Council has passed a bill called Traditional Healers Act Bill, which was passed in the year 2011. And it is one fine booklet which you will find for the preservation and conservation of traditional healers of Meghalaya. Thirdly, third example I would like to give of a traditional healing center in Manipur, just 100 meters away from Saija Hospital in Imphal. Gems village, there is a 10-bedded traditional healing hospital, 10-bedded traditional healing clinic kind of thing in this thing. And the lady who is running that clinic has been given an award, Dr. Ambedkar Health Care Award, by our ex President of India. So it is not just like it is like just 100 to 200 meters away from Saija Hospital Medical College, and people still go and take treatment from them. So these are some of the small examples which I would like to add. And also, like after getting certified, they are really very happy and they are coming forward. I would like to add that in the month of February, there will be a certification process for traditional healers of Tripura district, 15 traditional healers of Tripura district, which is being funded by Tripura State Medicinal Plant Board. They have funded the certification of traditional healers from Tripura, and it is being funded by Tripura State National Medicinal Plant Board, Tripura State Medicinal Plant Board. So these are some of the examples.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. I think these were very interesting stories and wonderful insights coming from you. Thank you so much. Over to you, Madhu. Yeah, over to you, Madhu. I see questions in the chat. Thank you.
Though there are questions in the chat box, we are running out of lunchtime. I would ask the secretariat once, like, what would they? I mean, there are like almost 3-4 questions, and I think Dr. Imli Kumba would be very interested to answer those. And we can't, and because the next session is also a discussion session before we move on to the next one. So I think I would request the conference secretariat and see how we are placed to take the questions post lunch, and I would request Dr. Imli Kumba, will you be available again at 2:30, please, after lunch?
Okay, no issues.
Yes, thank you so much, Madhu. I think the other thing that we could do is break for lunch, come back at 2:15 for the next session. I repeat, 2:15 p.m. we would be starting the next session. But if there are questions, if Dr. Imli Kumba can wait for a while and answer questions of only those who have the questions, or we can take the questions once again at 2:15. 2:15 to maybe like for 5 minutes, we can take the questions. Dr. Imli Kumba, what do you suggest? How was your
no issues. I can take it now also, no issues.
Okay, so I think while the others can maybe break for lunch, and we come back at 2:15. Does that work, Madhu?
Okay.
Yeah, totally works fine. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Dr. Imli Kumba.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So we are breaking for lunch and coming back and taking your questions.
Okay, no issues.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you.
Oh, gelata.
ये नहीं है कि मशीन खरीद लो तो खड़े होते ही पूरा
the questions which we had kept for Dr. Imre Kumar post the session. Sir, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. Please.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for coming back on time post lunch. And while my colleague Madhu comes back, I will just read out 2 questions that the audience has posed for Dr. Imre Cooper. The first one is, it's from Rahul Sharma. Did you see any kind of inhibition from traditional medical healers from the government medical practitioners, both from allopathic and Ayurveda? I think this is about how government practitioners and allopathic and Ayurveda practitioners view traditional medical healers.
I didn't get the question, please. Can you repeat it? I think it's like a little bit inaudible.
Okay, can you hear me now? Am I audible?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So if Rahul is here, I would request Rahul to ask the same question.
Yeah. Hello, sir. Hello. Good
Yeah,
afternoon.
please. Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Sir, hello, sir. I'm Rahul Sharma. I'm also working in Piramal Swasthya. So my question was, I mean, did you see any kind of inhibitions by the government medical practitioners for the tribal healer medicine practitioners at the ground level? I mean, what is the level of acceptance by these government counterparts?
See, whatever be it, there will be inhibitions. Like when we go to the field also, there will be inhibitions like we are being downgraded or like that. Because even Ayush doctors are being told that Ayush doctors feel that they have inhibitions that traditional healers will downgrade their name. And this kind of professional journalism is everywhere. Professional, what we call that, there is a kind of a professional jealousy kind of thing. It's everywhere that I can accept. Even within the Ayush fraternity, within the allopathic fraternity, I'm very open and vocal about that. There will be professional journalism. But the thing is, above all the professional journalism, the thing is, we have to serve the humanity. Yes or no? The thing is, our main aim should be to serve the humanity. So wherever I go, I find that there is professional journalism, but you cannot say that you cannot do it. So to look after every day, that thing, the thing to certify the traditional healers come into the picture. And to certify the traditional healers cannot certify themselves. So it is the Ayush doctors or Ayurveda doctors, Ayush as a whole, who will certify the traditional healers. So if they think that their knowledge is not up to the level, they will the examination of the traditional healers is to be taken by the Ayush doctors. So if they feel that the traditional healers is not up to that level, then they cannot pass the examination. So there is a 3-tier of examination for the traditional healers. That is one thing. Second thing is, even after getting certified as a certified traditional healers, he cannot write his name as a doctor. He has to write that he is a traditional healer. Second thing, like in my explanation of my presentation, I had said that there is an off-site visit of the traditional healer, that after getting the certificate, he may say that I have become a doctor or anything like that. So there are people who will complain against him. So if a doctor or anything finds suspicious about his activities, he can complain to the QCI, because QCI website is there. They can directly complain that this kind of person is doing some kind of nonsense. He's taking the certificate, in the name of that certificate, he's doing like that. So that is one thing, even after getting certificate, if he does all these things. And the thing, what you have said, that kind of this thing, whether you go anywhere, there will be professional journalism will be there. Ayush doctors might not find the counterpart of the traditional healers. They may find that they are not they are eating into the practice, or allopaths may find that Ayush doctors are eating into the practice. But we should always remember one thing, that the bottom line, the aim of the healthcare system is to serve humanity. And if someone is serving humanity, we should feel that we are reaching our goal. So that is what I want to convey with that. I think it's clear, I guess, Rahul.
Yeah,
Yes,
thanks, Dr.
yes,
Imli.
sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thanks
Yes.
a lot.
Dr. Imli.
Yes, sir.
I am Dr. Dhirendranath Kakoti from Piramal Seshto. Thank you very much for your nice talk. I like to know, is there any role of elephant apple in diabetes, what it is called in Assamese Outenga?
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, that elephant, what you said, sir?
Elephant
apple.
Outenga. In Assamese, it is called Outenga.
Yes, sir. Actually, like
Said that there is a role in diabetes. What is your opinion?
Sir, I have not come across anything like that, sir, during my interview with traditional healers, sir.
A research was done. So far, I have heard the role of elephant apple in diabetes.
I don't have any idea about that, sir. Sorry, sir.
Okay.
Sorry, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Kakoti, for your question. And I think, Dr. Imli Kumba, your research was also based on most of Arunachal and Nagaland, that kind of spaces. So maybe there, the Assamese, I mean, you have not yet interviewed the Assamese per se, traditional healers in Assam, what I mean. So
yes,
maybe here,
mostly
what Dr.
because
Kakoti,
they are subdivided into many things.
So there was a very like nuanced example also. I remember once having a conversation with Dr. Fawad, who was presenting in the morning. He shared that because the traditional medicinal plants itself is going less, some of the doctors are also doing fox-pass medicine of mixing some, allopath medicines in their medicine, because they are not able to find. So there are real ground challenges as well. And that's why maybe one of our sessions is also on climate change in future, like in the down the line.
Here, I want to say, like, whenever I go for interviewing traditional healers also, I give a small talk on how to conserve that, because most of the traditional healers, what they do is, if they get the thing, they try to take it as a whole. So like kind of plants where they take the bark, I always tell them that you take whatever is needed and also try to regenerate it, like in a kind of like whenever you are taking a bark, always take that bark and you try to put a sack, jute bag on that, and try to apply some kind of cow dung, and then you try to wrap it so that it can regrow very nicely. Otherwise, if they keep it exposed and then like the plant dies, it's a very great loss also. So every time I go, I always make it a habit of telling them how to conserve, how to take the minimum what they need.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's a Pandora's box we have opened up here, and there is a like array of questions coming in constantly. So I think I'll request, I'll send you, maybe we will email you the questions and you can get back to us as well. Yeah, because, but some lovely work you're doing for all of us on behalf of all of us, and really congratulations to you. And we look forward to collaborating in future as well. So with that, we move on to this is Madhu Raghavendra, and I am a part of Center of Excellence, Annamaya. And with me is my colleague, Dr. Radha, as well. And we are moving on to the next session, which is, releasing an ebook. And rightly so, some of our, or most of our participants might think, what has poetry or what has ebook got to do with diabetes and lifestyle non-communicable diseases? But you see, it's just to give you a very two-liner anthropological perspective. Culture, when we speak of culture, culture is something that is a practice of everyday living. And when we are talking of everyday living, it's intergenerational, as most of speakers have said, and Dr. Emil Kumar too, this is intergenerational. But when you leave out the westernized idea of poetry or art per se, and you look at Indian culture of consuming arts or practicing art, and indigenous way too, you would see that songs are messages. They are not like, about sun and moon and the lost stars. Usually the poetry, like fishermen have their poetry, people who in the fields have poetry, and the songs of all these things are mostly songs which has messages of lifestyle, songs which have practices of everyday living, hymns in indigenous spaces, that kind of talk about how we practice our everyday living. So with this kind of idea of a very something that is rooted in our Indian culture, and knowing that oral traditions of art or written traditions are very strong and linked to everyday lifestyle. So with this kind of mentality and set of mind and attitude, we went to the field to explore more on how arts can be used. Because, and I also want to, let me share this small thing, that how to bring innovations to public health communications is an ideation process that many practitioners across the world are working on. The behavioral change communication that we so dearly speak of is a process of culture building that happens over time. The fact that it will take time should not deter public health practitioners from adapting ingenious methods of culture building for better health. So when we were speaking of community, when we were speaking of be it indigenous or non-indigenous community, both ways, and children from tribal areas, we thought of why not give them some kind of art form to practice. And firstly, because if we give a very technical presentation to them, what they absorb and what they retain might be a little confusing. So we went ahead and kind of did a poetry workshop in a few spaces of Assam. And I invite Dr. Radha to speak on it as well. And then we'll release 2 ebooks that we have come up, one from Dima Hasao and one from Baksa. Dr. Radha.
Thank you so much, Madhu. A very good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Radha Vanavlikar. I'm a community medicine specialist, and I lead the Strengthening MCD Services in Assam project, which government of Assam is implementing across 33 districts of Assam, which is being implemented by Piramal Foundation and which is funded by World Diabetes Foundation. So we are ever grateful to World Diabetes Foundation for their continuous support to us in everything that we want to do. A lot of times we go back with new ideas, new initiatives, and these ideas are always encouraged. So I take this opportunity to also thank World Diabetes Foundation for encouraging us and for sort of enabling us to explore into innovations in many ways, as my colleague Madhu said. So just bringing in a public health lens to this initiative that Madhu spoke about. So we all know that children are the future. Children are the future of our country. And from the sessions that happen in the morning, especially which Dr. Farhad took, we know that we have a pandemic of non-communicable diseases, not just globally, but in India, and also particularly in the northeast of India, which means the children of today are also future patients, the potential future patients of diabetes and hypertension and other NCDs. This also sets the context for the kind of work that our team is doing. Prevention here is emphasized through this innovative approach that Madhu spoke about, by bringing art, culture, and an element of creativity in our work. Primordial prevention, as they say, before the risk factors start coming, and primary prevention once the risk factors already come in, but before the disease sets in. I think this is a very important window for us to intervene, especially in children. And lastly, I would say the way children think, what they think about health in general, what they think about health services, or diseases like diabetes, hypertension, risk factors like tobacco, alcohol, and their current perceptions about each of these things, I think is also valuable in designing public health programs. It's in a way a feedback to the existing public health programs, and also give not just the program implementers but also policymakers a different perspective in terms of how the various programs and initiatives are being perceived in the community. So I think with this,
Thank you, Dr. Radha, for your comments and insights. We now move on to the formal book release. We will be showcasing it on our screen. I invite my colleagues, Dr. Radha, Project Head Strengthening NCD Services in Assam, Ms. Zanme Guang, District Project Coordinator, Dima Hasao, Mrs. Manisha Roy Ghosh, District Project Coordinator, Kachar, Mr. Nripen Kalita, DPC Baksa, Mr. Aminur Zaman, DPC Kamrup Metro. We will all showcase two books. One of them from Dima Hasao is called Dawn. It's an anthology of poems written by children on NCDs and public health. And another one is called Furti, very Assamese, happy-go-lucky name from Baksa. So we'll be showcasing our books on the screen and formally releasing it to all of you. I request the conference secretary to take a picture maybe of the thing. Thank you. And I now request Zanme and Dr. Radha to read a couple of poems from the book Dawn.
Madhu, can you just hold for a second? I need to
Oh,
take
sure.
Okay.
okay, do we also have Nripen?
Nripen. Yes, Mr. Pawan, we will send a PDF of the book once it's done. It is right now, the cover and editing is going on. Yeah.
Okay. So just give me a second, Madhu. I'm taking the screenshot. Thank you.
Thank you. I request Dr. Radha and Zanme to read a couple of poems from the book Dawn.
Sure. So I would request Zanme to go first and follow up. Thank you.
There are so many things to share about this, but in the interest of time, I'll cut it short. So reading a poem from the book Dawn, that is to mark a new beginning, a path towards a healthier tomorrow. So that is the meaning behind Dawn. So the poem that I'm about to read now is Drugs and Alcohol by Shreya Bodo from class 12 of Don Bosco Higher Secondary School, Haflong, Dima Hasao. So it's quoted: an addiction that they find to clean up their own mind, creating hell on believers' nerves. That is the poison it serves. Adults' mind were all shattered, feelings even didn't bother. Appeal for the more pain, escape from reality is in vain. One last time for aching heart, a snort of a line close to death. Happier with a swig of alcohol, make a home drastically change overall. The person never stays the same, deals with darkness in this game. So this is the voice of the student from Don Bosco Higher Secondary School, Dima Hasao.
Thank you, Zanme. Thank you. I request Dr. Radha to read a poem too.
Sure. Thank you so much. So this poem is titled Smoking. It's written by Lalvanoy Rangkol, a student from class 12. And this is about giving up on smoking. It's a very interesting one. I've packed up smoking. I've given up the weed. I've packed up smoking. I've given up the weed. I've packed up smoking and I'm determined to succeed. I've packed up smoking and I'm very pleased indeed. that I've packed up smoking. I stood there, gasping pains, wrecking my chest. I stood there, gasping pains, wrecking my chest. My hands and lips discolored, deep in the west. I thought, son, this can't go on. You are in one hell of a mess. So I packed up smoking. I coughed, I spluttered, I wheezed, I sneezed. I coughed, I spluttered, I wheezed, I sneezed. My breath could be heard from altar. My voice was like gravel when I spoke. My voice is like gravel when I spoke, and it was obviously no joke. But my lungs needed a deep coke and not my car, so I packed up smoking. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Radha. That's yeah, somewhere the voice was not clear, but rest assured, we will email you the book once they are released to all our participants so that you also can have a look. So also the very distinct voices, as you can see, that these are poems from the Mahasao Don Bosco School. And on the other hand, we have Baksa School, the only tribal Eklavya school in Assam. And these children were extremely, extremely happy that we were there to talk about diabetes. We were there to talk about lifestyle, and we wanted them to write poems. And they, I mean, one of them even commented that this is a life-changing experience for us, and nobody has ever come and talked to us like this. And so, I mean, so just have a look at contrast of the poems and what they want to tell us. And these are tribal students from Baksa Ekalavya School. Living healthy is important to us. Drinking water, surroundings, all of them too. Eating fresh fruits can make us healthy, the way manure makes the soil healthy. Fruits, vegetables make us strong. Eating boiled is a part of our culture. It has been there for long. But now, a lot of oil and masala is being used. But we need to find ways to avoid such food. In our village, we eat a lot of green leafy vegetables. So that's a short poem from one of the students, and you can see direct correlation to what they aspire and what they are getting. The access to fried food and chips is so much, but they still yearn for their local boiled food at times. And so I think with these kind of changes and behavior ideas, we can go ahead. And in interest of time, I'll read just one poem and we move on from there. And we will share 2 short videos on this workshop as well. And so I request the conference secretary to share the videos. And we wrote a kind of article on the event. I'm sharing the link of that in the chat box for later people who wanted to. Are these translated versions in Assamese available? Dr. Rajendra Prasad, yes, we will at some point translate them. This time, this was a totally, as you can see, out of the blue experience and a new venture for us too, because we never thought we would be doing this. So yes, in future, definitely, we will even try to translate these books. Thank you. Request for the video, please.
Yeah, thank you. Can we have the video of Furti from Baksa?
जॉफमा के बारे में एक छोटा सा हमने फिल्म बनाया, मिनिस्ट्री को दिया। आप लोग थे, कौन थे? बताएंगे क्या रिस्क फैक्टर मतलब क्या? जैसे आप अगर रोज 10 चिप्स का पैकेट खा रहे हो तो हो जाएगा ना, तो वो रिस्क फैक्टर क्या हुआ उसके लिए? खाना, फालतू खाना, मतलब तेल में तला हुआ, प्रिजर्वेटिव मिला हुआ घटिया खाना रोज 10-20 पैकेट खाते रहोगे तो आपको डायबिटीज।
फाइबर मिलता है बिल्कुल नहीं। और जो भी हम पैकेज्ड आइटम्स खाते हैं या प्रोसेस्ड आइटम्स, पैकेज्ड आइटम्स मतलब क्या, जो कि पैक्ड मिलते हैं मार्केट में, जैसे कि चिप्स हो गए जो कि पैक है, राइट, जो कि जैसे बिस्किट्स हो गए।
এটা ও খেলো, ক্রিকেটও মোবাইলত খেলো, ফুটবলো মোবাইলত খেলো, গোটেইখিনি ইভেন জিমো মোবাইলত কৰাৰ নিচিনা হৈ গৈছে ন। আমি ৰিস্ক ফেক্টৰ কিছুমান আছে মডিফাই কৰিব পাৰি, যিটো আমাৰ হাতত আছে, যিটো মেমে অলৰেডি ক'লে সেইখিনি আমাৰ হাতত, আৰু কিছুমান আছে আমাৰ কন্ট্ৰলত নাই। ফেমিলি হিষ্ট্ৰী যদি কাৰো থাকে তেতিয়াও ডায়েবেটিছ এটা হ'ব পাৰে, ঠিক আছে। সেকেন্ডটো unexplained weight loss. Unexplained weight loss माने की होगा? देख मैं सपोर्ट आसू, suddenly अकाउंट एकदम में खिनाई गई। Beaches, अच्छा पंछी का बीक ऐसा है, तो अगर मैं प्लेन को ऐसा बनाऊंगा, बुलेट ट्रेन को ऐसे बनाऊंगा, ऐसे और ऐसे बॉक्स जैसे नहीं बनाऊंगा तो जल्दी जाएगा, राइट? ऐसे करके वो मछली का क्या होता है? आपकी जो लोकल सब्जी उगती है, आपकी नेचर के आसपास जो है, आप उसे खाओ, उसे देखो, ठीक है?
So I request the IT team to increase
लेकिन एक बिस्किट कितना दिन तक फ्रेश रहता है?
Forward in the interest of time, maybe go to the last part of the video. Yeah, I think
ऐसा एक्सपीरियंस कभी भी नहीं था, लेकिन आज मिला। तो जब फर्स्ट टाइम सब लोग यहाँ आए थे तो फिर मैं बहुत नर्वस था, बट अब सब लोग मेरे साथ इतना, मतलब हमारे साथ इतना दोस्त टाइप हुआ कि मुझे बहुत नर्वस कुछ भी फील नहीं होता।
मैं चाहूँगा अपना वैल्यूएबल टाइम स्पेंड करके यहाँ पे आने के लिए, और मैंने कभी ऐसा एक्सपीरियंस नहीं किया था, ऐसा कविता लिखने का, तो बहुत अच्छा लगा।
We will distribute the certificates now, a couple of them. अच्छा।
Thank you so much, and I request the IT team to play the second poetry workshop video during tea break, or just before or after tea break. In the interest of time, I think we proceed.
Dr. Radha, you're not audible.
Hello.
Many parents have been trembling down for the love and have been turning to these drugs. It kills happiness in one big family.
Also, Madam, our Joint Director of Health Services, and also she is the NCD Nodal Officer, NCD for Non-Communicable Diseases. She's the Nodal Officer of our district. Madam, thank you so much for coming. And we have with us Dr. LYP, the Nodal Officer of National Tobacco Control Program.
damages that can cause चलाने के लिए हम लोग इसलिए आए हैं. The one most commonly used by teens over the world is alcohol. Smoking or taking tobacco in the smokeless form, it causes lung cancer. Okay? Those gutha, shikhars, khaibi, bitter nut with some tobacco products, 1,000 Indians, they die due to smoking alone. Just see, it's so much.
Assam का average है 25.1, Himachal का 57.2. Just imagine the differences. जो स्टेट का एवरेज है ना उससे हम बहुत ज्यादा है. We are double. हम लोग अल्कोहल बहुत कंज्यूम करते हैं. ये दिखाते हैं ना, है कि नहीं? ये हिमाचल का फिगर और असम का एक दो.
Thank you. Thank you to the conference secretariat. And we are running a little late. So, but thanks. This was, both of them were, thanks to the conference secretariat for making the video. I would now like to move on to our next session. As we were speaking of traditional healing and knowledge. And so we now move on to our next session, where we will be inviting Dr. Kamal Kumar Tati, Director of Center for Environment and Climate Action Foundation. More importantly, let me introduce, because we were at Poetry, he is an award-winning poet, but at the same time, he is also a climate change activist. He has expertise on optical infrared radio data analysis, spectral energy distributions on young stellar objects, image processing software, and he's also into modeling and simulation. As I also want him to discuss the issues, the places where he comes from. He also hails from the Tea tribe of Assam, and his poems are one of the most powerful poems of a contemporary writer you would have seen. Because why? I think most of the art, that's why we had a second section on arts also, and also climate change. Because these are futuristic issues that are going to come up at some point in non-communicable disease programs and things like that. And we have to address it in a very holistic way. And that is why you will see that some of our speakers you might think are from a little far-stretched, but the importance of that will be unfolded once they start speaking to us. And I invite Dr. Kamal Kumar Tati to share his thoughts with us. Thank you so much. Dr. Kamal, are you here?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think video is not starting. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Very good afternoon to all of you. Basically, I'm very happy to be a part of today's program in the second Northeast India Annual Diabetes Conference. And it's a pleasure to be a part of this because although I'm not from the health background or health sector background, but I'm working in the climate science domain from last almost 10 years now. And earlier I was academically involved with the climate science domain. Then I decided that no, we have to do some implementary work at the ground level. So that's why we started this organization a few years back. It's called Center for Environment and Climate Action Foundation. So we have various domains. In one part, we are doing research and development. Then there is a project division also. There we are applying for various projects and we are implementing some projects as well. And apart from that, I am also involved in the various awareness programs and as well as training programs related to climate science domain, basically climate change and climate action. These two are my main focus areas. So when I got this invitation, it was very initially it was kind of that how can I connect with health and climate change. But then I remembered, yes, we have done a workshop in Terry several years back before COVID. That's basically how climate change is affecting the health in urban sector as well as the grassroots level sector. So we have done some workshop around 2019, and from that point of time I'm taking good interest in health sector as well, because whatever effects we can see due to climate change and all whatever is happening, it's related, closely related to health also. Then I had to do some groundwork regarding this, and I have found out that it's very important topic as per my personal opinion, because climate change and NCDs, non-communicable diseases, these are basically to defining challenges of our current century. Because whatever we are doing, whatever happening to the society, whatever we are talking about, because health is the most important part of any human body's life. So that's how I got a quite good of interest in these two different sectors, and I'll try to correlate these two sectors in a single aim that we can understand a very simple way, that how both are correlated in nature. Basically disease and health sector, and how diseases are basically we are tackling with that. And we have seen during COVID period there are a lot of basically lot of changes happen during COVID and after COVID. Lot of things have been changed. So I find out one important thing, that the all the things whatever we are discussing related to climate change, it's about the human being. And for human being to be healthy is most important thing apart from all these things. So today I'm going to speak about climate change and its interlinkages to NCDs, non-communicable diseases. So in 2013, UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, he has made a statement that climate change affects us all, but it doesn't affect us all equally. Those who are least able to cope are being hit the hardest. So this is the statement. I'm trying to define various, I'll try to correlate various things. One is the indigenous people, then the health, then food and climate change. The whole discussion of today's very short brief discussion. So I'll touch these points. So what we have seen during COVID also and after COVID also, we have seen there is a big health crisis is going on everywhere. But apart from that, what we have seen, we need to tackle other things also. One is climate change, of course, and the second is non-communicable diseases. These are two major domain we have to tackle right now, because we have seen that air pollution has been called the biggest environmental health risk in this century. So, but at the same time, NCDs like cancer, then various diseases, respiratory diseases, and diabetes account for 74% of deaths worldwide. So that means together climate change and NCDs are a serious threat to global health. So now let me explain this thing in a very simple manner. Is there a link between climate change and NCDs? So very short direct answer would be yes. And in a recent report last year, it has found out that climate change affects the human health and well-being in various ways. And that we already have a general idea, but this has been proved by a government report. So in this scenario, I would like to highlight air pollution, because it's the second leading cause of NCDs, particularly respiratory diseases. And also at the same time, one of the major discussion is going on in the climate science domain is about the heat waves in the urban areas as well and in the village areas as well. So these heat waves, which are on the rise due to climate change, which can cause food shortages, leading to a poor diet for human body and other animals as well, and migration and even conflict. Heat waves are quite related with the conflict in the socio-political scenarios. So all these things increase the risk of those affected developing NCDs. So here basically the question is not there that is there a link between climate change and NCDs, but the issue is what we can do about it. So that is our main aim of today's discussion. So before going into that, I just would like to highlight three key areas, which basically we can see climate and NCDs. Basically, we can talk about interventions to combat both the things, climate change as well as NCDs. So there are key opportunities are there. So, and also co-benefits are also can be seen. First thing that is very important from our perspective, from the perspective of climate action, that is clean energy sources. Then second point is promoting active transport, including walking and cycling, and shift towards sustainable indigenous food systems. So that is the need of the hour that I'm going to discuss. So we have already talked about this, that there are more climate change and NCDs are two defining challenges of our current century. And climate change is projected to have increasingly damaging effects on indigenous communities and indigenous economies over the last several decades and in the coming decades also. At the same time, NCDs including cancer, then cardiovascular diseases, chronic respiratory diseases, diabetes, and various mental and neurological disorders, which are already responsible for 68% of global mortality. So now we come out of a particular thing that I just would like to discuss. Already I have mentioned about it. So there are three risk factors which basically share the same origins and solutions as climate change. So we have to find out the solutions for both the domains. So one is air pollution, second one is physical inactivity and poor diet. So all these things are related with our health, diet, food systems, indigenous food systems and all. So at this point of time, what are the key areas of intervention that we are looking into? So we have seen that climate change and NCDs are a global phenomenon, both are global phenomena, and they have their root causes across multiple sectors. Multi-sectoral collaboration is also required here from the municipal to global level. So there we can achieve some interventions here. That first one is if we can scale up the renewable energy. Then if we can invest in active transport systems like promoting cycling and walking in our daily lives. Then also we can do that sustainable food and agriculture practices. We can promote whatever the local practices we have, local food practices we have, agriculture practices we have. And also we can talk about this energy efficient buildings and reduce industrial emissions. Since these 2 points are not much related to our current discussion, so I'll stick into the first three. So at this point of time, we can see there are several policy areas which we should focus now. One is air pollution, then energy production, basically clean energy or renewable energy, then in the transport systems, and also food and agricultural systems. So now coming to our basically when we talk about a problem or talk about any issues, so basic important point is what we can do about, what personally we can do about. So I am suggesting two scenarios here, what we can do about it. Basically, while tackling both the climate change and NCDs. First one I would like to propose, basically people are doing it all over the world. growing local sustainable food. So we need to promote the local food. We need to grow the local food, eat the local food. So when we grow food locally and eating basically more plant-based diets, I'll not suggest as a vegetarian diet, but a plant-based diet, which can have both environmental as well as health benefits. Basically, eating a balanced diet helps reducing the risk of NCDs. Additionally, while we are growing food, local food in our own local areas, have been shown to reduce, and it will basically going to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, because when we grow food locally, we just grow for ourselves, our families. So in that way, we can reduce the greenhouse gas emissions as well. Now, the second scenario is creating green spaces, various green spaces in towns and cities, because we have green spaces in our villages. We have, say in Assam, you can see there are, we can say, we call it bari, but means backyard of the house. We normally have various green spaces. So that's why I'm talking about in towns and cities, if we can create green spaces. So while growing our own food, it is not only helping us to get a balanced diet, but at the same time, we can create our own gardens and various allotments of our growing, which will basically add green spaces to towns and cities. More green spaces we can get. And these urban green areas will improve well-being and reduce the health impact of heat waves by lowering the temperature. So we have seen the heat waves last year and before all these years. We can see that this is a growing scenario, growing effects, and it is affecting us quite more. So that means if we can create some more green spaces in our colonies, in our households, in our towns, in our friends' place, our own place, then definitely this is going to help us for our well-being. We can get our own foods also, and at the same time we can reduce the health impact due to climate change. So these are the some points I just have mentioned today. But at the same time, I just would like to see the climate change scenario from the perspective of indigenous communities as well. When we talk about the tribal people or indigenous people, they have own culture of growing foods, growing own food, growing their own medicine, growing their own local medicines. So that is also going to help us a lot. And also at the same time, when we promote our local foods, it is also very healthy in nature, that already have been proven. And I can see there is a growing market also. At the same time, if you can see, I just saw today in Guwahati city, there is a big complex, and in front of that, there is a new shop has been set up, which are basically bringing various kinds of rice actually from Arunachal, Nagaland, local rice, local variety of rice, and it has a very high demand. It is means selling like anything. So that means people are also looking after all these local foods actually. And whenever you go to local markets, say in and around Guwahati area also, we can see lot of local markets where you can see lot of local foods, local products are available. So I think this way we can get a solution for both the scenarios to tackle the climate change and as well as NCDs. So I think I'll stop here, and I think I am not taking much time today because it's a quite packed schedule. And at last, I will thank the organizers for giving me this topic, because it has opened up a lot of points for discussion. So I started with you people today. So definitely I'll continue that, and we can work together for a better future, and definitely we can tackle these two issues.
Thank you, Dr. Kamal. As public health practitioners at the community level, it was more important to rope you in also because it looks, and another thing we as conference organizers wanted to ensure is the speakers are mostly from this region of India and not like, people working somewhere abroad out of context. Because when we talk of Northeast, the local foods are one of the major, and the globalization and local foods are really at loggerheads and fighting spaces with each other. While we are advising children and trying to understand and say that have local foods, where is the availability? Their access to carbohydrates is much more higher than a balanced diet. So I think very soon at some point, people, especially public health practitioners, I think there are people in IFPRI, Institute of Food Policy Research, working closely with public health practitioners. And I think we as public health practitioners will soon need to work at community level with, as you said, micro brewers of food. And so, because while we are saying have balanced diet, where is that going to come from is one of the biggest questions and threats that is right now facing us in our society as a whole. So thank you so much for bringing in all those points, Dr. Kamal. And with that continuation, we go ahead in the same segment line of thought for changing cityscapes, because WDF not only works in indigenous spaces, but it is inclusive of indigenous spaces and indigenous population and communities. But WDF and the WDF program works across Assam. So we wanted to have one of the aspects of changing cityscapes and NCDs. Like, it is very easy for one to say, why don't we go out and exercise? But how are we going to do that? And there are really some champions of change who are working at a community level, who are working at a city level, and trying to talk about it across Assam and Northeast. So Arshal Akhtar, he's the bicycle mayor of Guwahati. He's one of them. So in the aspect, while we are speaking about changing cityscapes and NCDs, experiences and reflection, we wanted to bring in Mr. Arshal Akhtar, who is the bicycle mayor of Guwahati, and also a very, very vocal advocate of climate, exercise and activity, and stands against climate change and sustainable practices. And I have seen him working across tirelessly day in, day out, and encouraging youth, not only youth, but people to take up bicycling. So I invite Mr. Arshal Akhtar to take the stage. Yeah.
Thank you, Madhu. Thanks a lot. Can I share my presentation?
Yes, I request the conference secretary to give him access.
Yeah, I think I have been given the access. Yeah,
okay.
Thanks. It's visible, right?
Yes, it's visible and you're audible. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Firstly, I'd like to thank National Health Mission Assam, World Diabetes Foundation, Piramal Foundation, and Annamaya, the organizers of the second Northeast India Annual Diabetes Conference, for organizing such an interesting conference where people from diverse backgrounds, organizations, expertise, interest, and passions have been brought together to speak and exchange ideas. This, I believe, will be a Jaagar or awakening for all of us, including the audience. I'm also very thankful to the organizers for giving me the opportunity to speak about our work and interest. I am not a person from medical background and nor an expert in non-communicable diseases. Already many distinguished guests and experts have spoken on the matter and its impact. We also know the positive impact of physical activity on our health and reducing the impact of non-communicable diseases. Accordingly, I will be speaking on the area of my work and share my experiences and reflections on the changing cityscapes and NCDs. So going ahead, I'd like to tell you about my interest areas. It's just, this is not something I chose to do, but then I fell into it accidentally about 7 years back, 2016 to be precise. I had prior experience in banking and IT and other areas, but then I got into it. I developed interest in, initially it was cycling, then I developed more interest in sustainable urban transportation. And also, as of now, I am more, my interest lies in road safety and climate action as well. I'm not an expert yet. I'm an urbanist who basically thinks from the urban point of view and also public policy enthusiast. And I tend to look at the world from the lens of sustainable development. as Madhu may have already have mentioned, the bicycle mayor of Guwahati is an honorary position. In fact, I have another voluntary position called the walkability correspondent of Guwahati. The bicycle mayor of Guwahati position was given to me by the Netherlands-based social enterprise called Bikes. In India, there are about 50 bicycle mayors in 50 odd cities. In the world, about more than 100 people, cities have bicycle mayors. Walkability correspondent is basically, we talk about pedestrian spaces. So it was started by a lady in Poland, and I represent Guwahati here. So these are honorary positions and voluntary positions. For my work, there are two organizations that I'm associated with. First of all was Pedal for a Change. It's an NGO registered as a trust, started in 2019. Our primary focus is into promoting cycling by organizing events like rides, rallies, races in the entire region. In 2021, we started this organization called Green and Active Mobility Forum. In short, we call it GAMOF, based out of Guwahati, and we have almost about 40 members across academia, research, transport planners, urban planners, and all those. We basically carry out research-based advocacy work for sustainable transportation, obviously, and we engage with the government stakeholders and try to impress upon the need for investing in sustainable transportation, investment in sustainable transportation, like cycling, walking, public transportation, all those. We also engage with the community through organizing campaigns, through workshops and events. I will not focus too much on those. You can check out our website for those. So we basically focus on urban areas. We are not trying to focus on everything and everywhere. The reasons are basically like we spend most of our times living and working in cities, me and you, everybody included. Most of us are from cities, and the cities are the engines of economic growth. In India, cities consist about 3% of the land mass, but contribute 60% of the GDP. And we are seeing rapid urbanization. We also keep on talking about the cities getting bigger. This is a result of rapid urbanization. It is estimated that by 2050, 60% of India's population will be living in cities. As of now, it is 42%. And we are going to see much more people migrating to cities. And with more urbanization, we will be seeing more urban issues. Some of the issues are waste management, pollution, which of air, water, and land, housing, water for sanitation and drinking purposes, water logging, disasters, crimes, and transportation. Transportation is the area we primarily focus on. The current scenic urban transportation is basically more of a car-centric development, where we are seeing flyovers being constructed everywhere, free parking spaces, not necessarily free, but parking spaces provided for cars, and foot overbridges to ease that movement of cars, right? And make the walking difficult for pedestrians from cross over one part of the city, road to other part. Basically, foot overbridges are constructed to ease the movement of vehicles, not for pedestrians. Flyovers are the same, parking spaces are the same. And the result is that we are seeing more polluted airs. Among the top 50 most polluted cities in the world, about 20 are from India. Guwahati has been featuring among the top 20 to top 80. For Guwahati, basically, we have found out that the Pollution Control Board in Assam has also said that due to the non-existence of polluting industries in the city, the pollution is mainly caused by dust particles from construction and from vehicular emissions. We are also seeing more warmer weather, more heat waves. Also, just like Dr. Tati has also already mentioned, we are seeing longer summers, more heat waves, and we also have seen this phenomenon of heat islands, which are basically areas which are much more warmer than the surrounding places, and these are a result of more concrete spaces. We are also seeing the increasing road traffic accidents. As per Ministry of Highways and Road Transport data, in 2020, there were 4.5 lakh accidents, where 1.5 lakh people died. And most of these people died due to about 80% of the 60% of the population, people who died were below the age of 25, and they died due to the major causes were drunken driving and overspeeding. We are also spending too much time on traveling and also the fuel expenses. You must have realized in cities like Guwahati, if to travel a distance of 10 kilometers, we spend more than 40 minutes. And also the time taken is not just for traveling, there also is time spent on looking for parking spaces. We are spending much more on the expenditure fuel, not just because the fuel is expensive, but because we are going slow and we are like burning more fuel while traveling slowly. And this has actually resulted in more non-communicable diseases like strokes and heart stress levels have increased, and diabetes levels have increased. These are basically lifestyle diseases. This is mainly occurring due to more people spending more time sitting down while traveling or walking and less time on their activities. So mobility planning can advance health goals because in the people-centric mobility planning focuses on moving people rather than vehicles. As of now, the car-centric development is focused more on moving vehicles rather than people. A well-integrated network of roads, cycle lanes, footpaths, and public transport would improve public mobility while affording opportunities for physical activity and reducing congestion and pollution. These are two primary problems that cities face, congestion and pollution. There are a lot of talks about e-mobility, electric vehicles. I will not get into much into that because the primary focus as of now for e-mobility is still on private vehicles, which are not going to solve the congestion problems. We can think of the pollution problem to an extent in urban areas, but then the congestion problem will not be solved by electric vehicles at all. If the focus is on private vehicles, the focus needs to shift to public transportation like buses and cycles, and also focus on walking. I had earlier mentioned about the car sharing development, where I mentioned flyovers, parking spaces, and foot overbridges, which there's a lot of misunderstanding regarding transport planning. A lot of people have been demanding flyovers and seeing these developments as signs of development, as modernity. But the problem is that transportation is not something that we do it by perception or opinion based. Transportation planning is a fact-based science, and the science says flyovers do not reduce congestion. These are basically traffic-inducing interventions, basically that eases the movement of vehicles. So these kind of interventions have been being developed basically primarily in the American cities, which are now highly congested, and they have seen the problems of this. We do not need to follow these. The other problems of health issues are already there, and climate action is already there. So we are focusing primarily on the promotion of sustainable transportation because these leads to more livable cities, whereby the cities become cleaner, obviously with less cars, there will be lesser pollutions, lesser dust, people will be healthier with more active transportation. We will be moving far. The idea basically is to give people an option to travel. The more people, as of now, people do not have the option to travel. They have forced to use their own vehicles or forced to use other means of transportation, even though people do wish to cycle, but then they feel unsafe. So if the options through sustainable transportation, people are given an option. If more cycle lanes are there, if more walking, the footpaths are there, people will prefer to walk. So this will obviously lead to more healthier people. We're talking about accessibility. With sustainable transportation, these our cities will become more accessible. As you can see, as you've noticed all, the way our cities are developed with very badly designed footpaths, non-existing footpaths, it is very difficult for people, the vulnerable sections of the society, the elderly, the children, and the physically challenged to travel from one place to another. And it is also known that when we invest more in public transportation, the cost of transportation reduces, and this the transportation mobility becomes more affordable. We talk about equitability. The primary reason is that in Guwahati, less than 20% of the population actually owns a private vehicle. More than 80% of the people do not have a vehicle. They travel by public transportation, walk or cycle. But the development is not focused on their movement. The figure in Assam is less than 9% actually, and this is a figure mentioned by the government of India figure done by the national, I just forgot the survey part, I'll mention later on. And also when we give more options to people to travel by cycling or walking, our cities obviously become safer. We also need to make the city, we need to enforce lesser speed limits, which is obviously, and provide options for people to travel by walking or cycling. This will obviously make cities safer. So these are the reasons why we promote and ask for sustainable transportation. The idea is to make a city livable, which currently it's not so. We have actually seen that a lot of people have got into physical activities like cycling, walking, or running after COVID. We have seen a lot of cycling, running, walking events taking up. A lot of cycling groups, a lot of groups have come up. A lot of cycling, a lot of events have come up. But the bigger problem is that even though people are conscious about this, we are breathing more and more polluted air. And these are the direct result of the carcinogenic development that we're seeing here. What we can do, basically, when we talk to people, a lot of people tend to say that we want to do these kind of activities, but then we don't feel safe because there are no such facilities for us. The investment on the facilities will be done by the government. That will take some time, and that will need some action from ourselves as well. But then to get into the whole mindset, and I believe we need to make some behavioral changes in the way we move or travel in cities, primarily for less distances that are less than 2 to 5 kilometers. This can be easily done. These places, we can be the place we go for our work, for shopping purposes, for schools, colleges, and tuitions, for meeting friends and family, for going to the gym, sports, and recreational activities. We have seen in Guwahati that people are so accustomed to use their vehicles that even to go to the sports and recreational activities or to the gym, for distances less than 1 or 2 kilometers, they would prefer to use their vehicles rather than walk or cycle. This is something very counterintuitive for me to understand. This can be easily done. These are simple behavioral changes that if we do make, I think it will improve the scenario of the cities, of our city, as well as our own health. Apart from that, what we can do, like I said, the investments has to be done by the government. In our interactions, a lot of people say, like I said, it is not available, the infrastructure is not available. That's the reason we don't do it. The thing is that we are discussing it among ourselves, but we are not demanding for such facilities through social media, traditional media, or public interactions. We need to be more vocal about these things. We need to make demands for cycling infrastructure, not just in personal interactions, but in public interactions and through social media and traditional media. What I believe is that a problem that impacts everyone collectively needs collective action. With this, I'd like to end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Arshal. And for us, especially as WDF works in very different areas, including indigenous health, though this conference was in a mode of thinking of indigenous health, we as public health practitioners could not stop and observe that it's more stark in Northeast. That's what I can say, having lived in all other parts of India, that when you can see forests from 80% of Arunachal going down to 64%. And these percentages are just percentages when you look at actually deforestation that's going around and urbanization growing and globalization growing so rapidly. This looks like a far-fetched conversation, but it definitely might not be, because while we are improving healthcare systems, which is the last fag end of, like, I don't know that 5 years down the line, with lack of exercise, I'm going to end up, and I do need NCD services, healthcare strengthening. But at the same time, as pure public health practitioners, we need to look at so much more in a comprehensive sense. So thank you for bringing in that perspective, Arshalda. And I also want Dr. Radha to come, and she had some comments to make.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madhu, and thank you so much, sir. I think this was a wonderful session. So many insights you shared, and I think this is extremely thought-provoking. I have a couple of comments and a quick question. So I think the points you laid down also set the ground for multi-sectoral action for prevention of NCDs. With although you spoke about the roads and the transport and getting people moving instead of cars, I think part of it is also to do with planning of land spaces, town development, and the way cities are designed and planned. Are we really smart are we true to the title of like being a smart city? So with that, I would also like to mention here that World Diabetes Foundation celebrates an event called as Global Diabetes Walk every year in the week of World Diabetes Day, which is 14th November. And this year we celebrated Global Diabetes Walk events across 4 districts of Assam, where we encouraged people to just get active and get themselves moving. Tomorrow we have a special session on how we actually got the community moving in different districts and what are the things we did to get people moving. So I would also like to invite you and all others present here to attend that session tomorrow. It's planned for tomorrow around afternoon time. So I also have a question to pose to you, which is around this conundrum that I keep thinking about, where on one side we encourage people to use bicycles maybe or walk, which is a more sustainable practice in many ways, as you mentioned. And I'm also bringing in another lens here from the previous session, things we spoke about. So with car-centric development, so much of air pollution, I feel there is this conundrum where we also want to encourage people to ride bicycles and start walking, but then we are also exposing them to air pollution, which causes respiratory diseases, which are NCDs again. So where do we begin from? With so much air pollution already there, burden of respiratory diseases already high in many cities. I wouldn't say all, and I not know how much is the burden of respiratory diseases in Guwahati, for example, but in cities like Delhi, maybe Mumbai, what is the starting point where we would cause lesser damage to people who are walking and cycling, but at the same time promoting sustainable means of transportation?
Yeah, this is thank you, Dr. Radha, for bringing this up. This is a question and conundrum we do regularly face. But then, like I mentioned earlier, that a lot of people have got into physical activities and they are doing it in already polluted airs. So, right, the thing is that we don't have a particular framework to do it, but then it's something that collective action that we need to understand. The more we use our vehicles, the more we are polluting. See, we can try to cover ourselves inside the air-conditioned cars while traveling from our home to our offices. But then at one point of time, we'll have to get down from the vehicle. we have to get down from a vehicle to go to the office, go to that one. Now we have to understand what are the contributions we are making, right? In the pursuit of a good health for our own selves, what are we contributing towards the city, to the other words? I think we need to understand these perspectives. And by the way, we are not like this is something. What we have realized is that a lot of people have started these kind of activities and actions after seeing other people. We can say peer pressure or like a collective action. We believe that this is something a lot of people take up, not by force, but by own understanding. Just like I said, after COVID, we have seen a lot of surge in a lot of physical activities. And after COVID also, we have seen a lot of people who had started cycling after a gap of 20 years have mustered the courage to cycle in peak traffic as well. So we have seen some changes, but then again, I don't have a correct answer to give you. There's no framework for me to give you. We just need to understand what we are contributing. If we understand what we are contributing to our societies, towards the environment, I think we will have realized that we need to contribute lesser. Like I keep on saying, whenever I travel from one place to another, I keep on saying my contribution today was 0 towards carbon emissions because I use my cycle. If that's something many of us can follow, I think we can. I don't think we need to just to in the idea of keeping ourselves entrenched inside a bubble of safety. We shouldn't make the life of other people unsafe.
Yeah, true. I agree. And I think there is also scope for policy advocacy here in bringing in elements of health and well-being in public policy in general by non-health departments. I think this also requires some activism, some voices, strong voices from the civil society, because these are issues of concern for the larger community and these are issues of the future. So I'm very grateful to you for bringing this topic up, and I think this is the need of the hour. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, just to add on to whatever you said, actually, being a public policy student myself, we have been actually trying to find out reasons and the causes of these things. We have also found out another area why people do not prefer to use their cycles is because of the warm weather. And we have been trying to work with some organizations who are into planting trees. We have been trying to focus on government to also start planting more trees, which will give us more shade when traveling. These are ways I think can help us. But then again, this is something far-fetched. What we are trying to, through this platform, what I am trying to basically get to people is to take up own personal actions.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Arshal. Thank you, Dr. Radha, and for bringing in this, as we say, I mean, we are saying it's far-fetched, but actually it's not far-fetched. It's right in our face, staring right in our face that the climate change and not only affecting indigenous communities while we are building dams and other things, but also how to come together and build a better policy and a better, in real sense, a smart city and smart people. So thank you for such a lovely, enriching conversation. I now bring in Mr. Rabiul Islam. I'll introduce him formally as well as personally. Rabiul Islam is the managing trustee of CSAPC with over 26 years of experience in substance abuse prevention and care, a former musician and senior journalist, and also a social activist. Mr. Islam was the founder project director of national level NGO Kripa Foundation, Shillong Center in 1995, and Guwahati Center in 2006, before branching off his own CSAPC. So I welcome our beloved Rabiul Da to speak and also talk about how he's using arts as a way to address some of the issues apart from all other standard methods of de-addiction, because when we speak of non-communicable diseases, something that cannot escape our hold is addictions of smoking, addictions of alcohol, and drug addictions apart from there. And so I welcome Rabiul Da to share his comments and thoughts. You're inaudible. Somebody has to unmute you there.
Hello.
Yeah, you're audible. Yes.
Okay,
yes.
great. Great. It's wonderful to be part of this conference, Madhu and all your colleagues. And it's got the subject which you've given this theme, non-communicable diseases. So like diabetes, addiction is also non-communicable. And another similarity between diabetes and addiction is that both are not curable up till now. Diabetes, basically, it's more physical, while addiction, you have, in addiction, you are impacted physically, you're impacted in a spiritually, mentally, economically, and even socially. And addiction, it's non-communicable, but addiction can make you vulnerable to a lot of communicable diseases like Hep C and HIV also. You become more vulnerable. And the problem now is, in fact, just 2 years back, after the national survey on substance abuse was completed and a report forwarded to Ministry and Government of India, we expected a lot of things to happen. But unfortunately, it's still very, Babu-oriented red tapeism, and there's nothing for to do really innovative things. And and there's no coordination between the various departments. You have addiction coming under social justice and empowerment, and then on the other hand, you have the health ministry, the home ministry, finance, everyone at cross purposes, and we really. We thought we'd do a lot of things, but unfortunately we haven't been able to. So we're just sticking on to the treatment component. That's the core component of our work. And as far as awareness or community mobilization, which is very necessary to rope in every section of society into really understanding the complex nature of addiction and how they can really, how they can play a role, a positive role, be part of the solution, as they say. So anyway, I hope things will change. And one second, just yeah.
Sure, please adjust your camera.
You have to get from you have to get beats, yeah. Sorry. And so we need a lot of coordination, and the each state, each district should have sort of a cohesive strategy, some sort of coordinated planning and strategies worked out to do something concrete. Up till now, I don't see much of it happening. And the government has stepped in as far as these private rehabs. We are private, so they've stepped in and put in some guidelines and standard operating procedures. That's good. But and the thing is, the problem right now is that addiction is an epidemic. it's an epidemic which the national report also warns the government that the epidemic is on. And I'm working right now in a backward district of Dhubri in West Assam. And this is my home district. And this district, there's been no response from government or private or the society, civil society organizations against this very.
सर 28 को आपका मेरा हिंदी का अवसर क्लास है ना?
Sorry. Anyway, so there's been very no response at all, and meanwhile in every lane and in every village of Dhubri district you get heroin. You get heroin all over the place, and there's addiction all over. But the government response is nil. They're not least interested. Even civil society, everyone is so busy with their own, get rich formulas that nobody is really keen on doing anything. Anyway, and close to Dhubri, we also have a sizable tribal population also, and we are close to Kokrajhar and Boroland areas. And there also initially you had these alcohol problems, and alcohol was a menace, and all the women folk had to face the brunt of it. But now it's become worse with heroin entering the scene. And there also, there's no response. There's no coordinated or individual NGO response to doing something there. So a lot of work needs to be done there. And
so Rabiulda, tell us about how you run your centers, like de-addiction centers, like how you collectively run it.
We come and we come to a new place, and then we try and find out all the positive resources there, and we tie up with them, and they understand. We make them aware of the existing problem, the status, and then we try and get their help also. And then the rehab centers we open on our own, because there's no government help for this.
Yeah.
They
how do you support them through arts and culture and that kind of thing?
Arts and culture also, there's a lot of things could be done. That's to make any society aware of any scheme, any governmental scheme or any social threat or challenge. We need a lot of literature. We need a lot of IEC material, which they call, information, education, communication materials. So in addiction, there's hardly anything. We hardly have any posters or leaflets or anything. We don't have anything, and even in the regional language. That side in Punjab and all, they've been doing something. Here we don't have anything, and when we give proposals also, there's nobody to really listen. I remember in Meghalaya, when I was in Meghalaya, we did an audio cassette written on addiction by the local college students, and they sang it, and we produced funds from UNODC, that time UNODC, and they had a regional office there, so they gave the fund, and it was really amazing, the music and the lyrics which the kids brought out. And I want to do something about that, but we're not getting funds.
Yeah, in the interest of time, why don't you share some of your work in music which you used for de-addiction?
I also I write. I was a journalist, so I sing also, play the guitar. So I've written some songs on addiction, and one of them I'll sing it for you, especially for you, Madhu. and for others. It's
And
called
you have stayed clean, and through arts and practicing the power of arts, you have stayed clean for how many years approximately, you would say?
I've been in the recovery mode from 1995, so 27 years.
27 years you have been clean. Wow,
Yeah.
that's great. Yeah.
So
sure. Looking forward to listen to you. Yeah.
okay, I'll just
yeah, sure.
my
Tune in your
guitar.
To give a context to everyone present here, they also use arts and culture in their de-addiction private, as he said. So what he mentioned was that government needs to focus more on de-addiction programs, and that is something that we can look forward to and come together collectively to do that part. But this music and something is something they use to, build strength of the fellow people, fellow addiction people who get into addiction, arts and culture to kind of keep them strong and keep them going in the sense of de-addiction. Yeah. So Rabiul, over to you. Yeah.
So there's a lot which can be done through creative efforts. Like if we had a competition of for posters.
We will definitely rope you in from here on when we work something.
Posters and all, we can get exceptional, perceptions from the youngsters. Sure. Anyway, this song is called "Song of Recovery." It's to my wife. Yeah, my wife is what we call a codependent. I was the dependent, the addict, and my wife is the codependent. So the codependents, they get crazy without taking any drugs, reacting and responding to the loved ones. So anyway, this was to her, So here it goes. As I trudged on down, hiding all my pain, you came into my life, bringing hope again. Oh, I knew you were so young, laughing and full of joy. You brought in happiness, and then you brought in my boy. Filling my life, removing all the pain. All the anger before it got too late. The smile that came on back, grimaces and pain. Hooray, hey, hooray, hey. I know I've been so cruel and told you many lies. I know I hurt you so much that you even wanted to die. I know I've brought you tears, lonely nights, and all those fears of so many unknown things. I brought them so near to your love in the end, and your soul. To your love and warmth, but heartache and cold. but your love gone at last. Can you feel it now? The change, oh, change. It's been so many years now that you've given me your life, and it seems like forever now that you've been my wife. There's been trying times, and there's been so much joy, and there's been so much pain for you and the boy. Let me tell you now, whatever is my dream, you'll be there always, whatever it may seem. Let me tell you now, the only thing I know, I love you, love you. Let me tell you now, the only thing I know, I love you, love you. Da, 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 da,
Thank you, Ravinda. Thank you so much for that.
And all people participating in this conference, it's been a pleasure talking to you all and sharing this song of mine. Thank you so
No,
much.
Rabiulda, it is more important because we wanted to make this conference very inclusive and not just looking at some minor aspects of academics, clinical practices. So we wanted to make it very social, very multifaceted. And so thank you so much for coming in and letting us know that there's so much to do on the path of de-addiction and so much to collaborate with, so much to work with. And the fact that you started it and it itself is an inspiration. And I am sure that people around over 100 people here as a part of the conference have heard you now, and they understand the idea of de-addiction, and maybe they'll get in touch with you even in districts of Dhubri. And we definitely will look forward to partnering in some way in future as a part of Anamaya sometime. And we will see what we can do in tribal areas as you've been working in BTR and all those. But thank you so much for sharing your song and inspiring us. Yeah, thank you so much. I now invite Dr. Radha to give the closing remarks and word of thanks.
Yes, thank you so much, Madhu. And I think before I give my closing remarks, I would also like to invite some views from the participants. I am also circulating a feedback form in the chat, and I request everybody to please share with us their valuable feedback about day 1 of Jaagar, not forgetting that there is day 2 lined up tomorrow with amazing sessions and on a wide variety of topics. So I'm open right now to hear from participants about their views, their comments in general, questions, any thoughts. I would also like to hear from Mete, if she's still here. Looking for Mete. I guess Mete has left, but I would like to hear from participants in general. What do they think about the sessions? I would encourage people to please unmute and share their thoughts.
Sit there.
Anybody?
Yeah, Dr. Radha. So I just taken the opportunity because no one is raising their hands up. But thank you so much for organizing this wonderful, wonderful sessions. It was heart touching to hear the song at last. Like how incredible the journey of this de-addiction is. So thank you so much. Rabi will Islam ji, it was really, really heart touching to hear your voice and hear you sing. Coming from like the morning session to this closing one for today, I believe that we have been enlightened with a lot of good sessions, and we would be more towards our objective of
Want to join, keep on joining the
objectives of having a healthy Northeast and eventually a healthy India, with NCDs being one of the most killer diseases. But yeah, thank you so much, all the participants as well, for bringing in so much of colors to this so-called boring, topic. Because NCD doesn't hit us like any other diseases. It's like a chronic, and it takes time eventually to hit us that hard. But knowledge is what we are all trying to in understanding each of the gamuts of NCD. So thank you so much, everyone, for sharing your insights about NCD, especially Dr. Rahul, and we have heard from even Meete about the different examples that WDF is also playing in different countries. So a lot of colors to it. So thank you so much, Dr. Radha, and entire team for bringing in so much of variety onto the sessions. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Shelly. I think you've covered like my vote of thanks, half of my vote of thanks. So, like you said, NCDs as a topic doesn't hit us, but NCDs do hit us, and how. So, thank you so much for being a part of this program, Shelly. Can we also have Vinita ji, if you are here, could you also share your thoughts? You've attended quite a few sessions today. I know it must be a busy day for you in office. Would you also like to share your thoughts, please? Vinita ji, are you in the session? Okay, I guess she is busy. If any of the other participants want to share, I see that a lot of you have shared your responses on the feedback form. Thank you so much. I think all the responses are like extremely positive, really overwhelming, so to say. So I don't have much to say here because I'm so overwhelmed by the kind of discussions that we have had since morning on a wide variety of topics, starting from the epidemiology of non-communicable diseases to work done by, on the ground by NGOs like Piramal Foundation, on topics of relevance like climate change and NCDs, and urban cityscapes and NCDs, to something like de-addiction, having art and culture embedded in health and in health communications, especially starting from work of the center, the Ministry of Tribal Affairs and their interest in health, the idea of setting up a tribal cell in Ministry of Health and Welfare, to like from center to the work of state government, that is the work of state NCD cell of government of Assam. We started the session with an address from Ida Nicolatson, where she spoke about why it's important to focus on indigenous populations to then Mete speaking about the work of World Diabetes Foundation globally for indigenous peoples, which she said is all the more important because although indigenous people form 5% of Earth's total population, they are also 15% of the extremely poor. I think we have discussed a really wide variety of topics today. We have seen a mix of work done by people. We have heard views of people. We have asked questions. We have answered questions. We have relaxed and enjoyed a good time while people read poems and sang songs. I think all in all, this has been an extremely enriching discussion on day one of Jaagar An Awakening. I thank all the participants for staying with us today, those who joined via Zoom and also those who are watching our live feed on YouTube. I thank my colleagues who made the session possible. I thank all the speakers for taking time out from their busy schedules for coming here and sharing their work and their thoughts with us today. And I also thank, I think last but not the least, I thank all the people who are working behind the scenes, the IT team, the strengthening NCD services team that is putting together all the sessions, coordinating with speakers, doing the communications. We have a knowledge and documentation team. We have a social media team. And last but not the least, I would also like to extend my thanks to World Diabetes Foundation, who's represented by Betty Skar, who was with us for a major part of the day, and of course, Government for Assam, who are our partners in the great work that the organization has been doing in Assam and in Northeast for more than a decade now. I also thank my colleague Madhu. And although this sounds like a formal vote of thanks, I don't want to imply that this is some kind of a closure. It's closure of only day one. I wish to see all of you tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, we start at around 10:30 in the morning. Just like to check. Yes, we start sharp at 10:30. Thank you once again. Thank you on behalf of all of us. Also, thank you on behalf of Madhu. And I declare that the day one of today's program has thus far come to a closure. But before we wrap up, I would like to propose two group pictures. One is with all of you. If you could please switch your cameras on, we could take a group picture of all those who are attending this program. And after that, I would request all of you to please hold on, and we would, so some of my colleagues who are coordinating different sessions were unavailable for the book release session. So we would also like to have a group picture once again with the people who are involved in the making of this ebook, and then one with all the participants with the cameras on, whoever can at least. So can I have a quick picture with Manisha, Tanme, Aminur, Ripen with the ebook? Can we have, and I would also request everybody to switch on cameras whoever can. So one with the ebooks and one maybe without. Madhu, you too? I don't see Aminur, Ripen. Are you guys here? Yeah, Aminur is here. Ripen? Is Ripen here? Is Danme here? Yeah, I see Danme. I don't see Ripen, but yes. Sadan, could you please take a picture? Or I would request Utpal to please take a picture.
Okay, just give me a second.
Okay, Sadan is here. Great. Sadan, just another picture, please.
Just give me. Okay, just switch me to a gallery mode. Yes, it's now there. Thank you.
Thank you. And now one with everybody.
Just give me a second. Let me save this picture first.
This is looking so vibrant. Gallery mode, everybody's camera on.
So let me give me a second. New picture.
Give us a count, please.
Okay. Here we go. Thanks everybody for such a lovely picture.
So are you taking 3 pictures or is everybody fitting in one frame?
No, just group by group. You are sending me like you form the first group, then the second group, and everyone is changing for that.
Okay, so just let us know when you are done.
We got 3 frames. I think there are more people can come. I don't know. Like lots of people.
Yeah, take 4.
No, it's voluntary. It's totally up to them. I mean.
Okay. Thanks everyone.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you
so much. Thank you so much.